Sorry, everyone. It is September 4th, and I call the working session to order. Can we get a roll call?
Commissioner Beaman. Present. Commissioner Hodge.
Here.
Commissioner Labar.
Here.
Commissioner Light.
Present.
Commissioner Machieski.
Here.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders.
Here.
Commissioner Scott.
I am here.
And Commissioner Somerville.
Here. All righty. Now we're going to move on to public participation. During working session, members of the public in person or online get 1 minute to address the body. Just a reminder, you get 3 minutes at our regular board meeting. And so members, if anybody would like to address the body now, please do so. All right, anyone online?
No chair.
All right.
There was a hand, but it just went down. So
Okay.
Nope.
All right, moving on. Do we have a report from the county administrator?
Yes, Chair. If I could have a moment, I would love to introduce Jen Eberbach. She is our MLive Media Group reporter. Jen, if you wouldn't mind coming up and introducing yourself to our commissioners. She born and raised in Ann Arbor, so really excited. We met for an hour last week and talked about the relationship. So really excited to have her on board.
Yeah, hi. Happy to introduce myself, Jen Eberbach. Like he said, I did grow up in Ann Arbor and I still live in the county. New to MLive, but not new to being a reporter. So I am looking forward to getting to know the county and all the departments and all of you guys. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. That concludes my report.
All right, do we have a report from our Board of Commissioners liaison?
yes, Chair, really quickly, I just want to talk about two commissioner events that we've had recently. A couple of weeks ago on Friday, we had Commissioner Sanders' First Fridays with Commissioner Sanders event with special guest Water Resource Commissioner Evan Pratt. That went really well. It is available on YouTube if anyone would like to watch. And next Wednesday at 5:30, Commissioner Robbie has a Use of You coffee hour at Argus Farm Stop on Packard Road. So if anyone would like to come out and join us for that, please do. And that will conclude my report.
Awesome. All right. Now moving on, I'd like to invite our Deputy Finance Officer, Catherine, up.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, well, thank you. Tonight, we're doing the second quarter budget update, so actuals through June 30th. We're going to start out as usual with the general fund status. So at a high level, revenues and expenditures were originally budgeted at around $147 million. That's grown to $164 million for 2024, which reflects the authorized budget adjustments for property taxes, state revenue, and planned use of fund balance. And the projected general fund revenues are $155.1 million. General fund expenditures are $160.9 million. So the expenditures exceed revenues for a net projected shortfall of $5.7 million. This does include a full use of the budgeted use of fund balance of 10.8. So if you net those two out, we're looking at about a $5 million surplus based on what we had planned for the picture to look like. At 12/31/23, the general fund balance was 64 million. Projected fund balance with this will be 58.6, which is 36% of budget, so 7% above our policy target of 29%. This is just a quick comparison to first quarter. Since first quarter, the net picture for the general fund has improved by about 900,000. It's split pretty evenly between revenues becoming a little bit better and expenditures decreasing slightly. Starting out with the revenues, again, we're projecting $155.1 million. There's nothing abnormal here. We always see the general operating millage as our biggest chunk of revenue at 97.9 million, I guess really 98 million. Public safety and justice is 17.9 million. That's the courts and the sheriff's office excluding contract policing. You see contract policing a little bit lower at 14.4 million. The general government that you see there is primarily state revenue sharing, the marijuana dollars, property tax reimbursement, personal property tax reimbursement, those kinds of funding. When we look at the revenue shortfall, again, as we talked about a little bit earlier, the use of fund balance of $10.8 million shows up as a revenue shortfall. So that's that big shift there. The other two shortfalls we see is the trial court's projected to come in at about 361,000 below budget. That's fully offset by a $575,000 expenditure surplus. The issues and reasons haven't changed. It has a lot to do with the fines and fees justice, caseloads, et cetera, but nothing new and unexpected on that front. The sheriff's office is projecting about 220,000 net revenue shortfall. This is partially offset by an expenditure surplus of 130,000. And that revenue shortfall is primarily due to vacant PSU positions, but those are offset by other revenue surpluses. And then we're also seeing a number of revenues that are coming in better than budget. The biggest surpluses are both general fund interest earnings and personal property tax reimbursement. Water resources is projecting a revenue surplus of about 185,000. This is due to increased reimbursable work that they are doing. It largely offsets their operating expenditure shortfall of 225,000. When they have additional work, they have to bring in contractors. They're largely reimbursable. So we see that shift happen frequently. And then early voting is one I want to highlight in the clerk's office. It's currently projecting at $120,000 surplus. That is also offsetting a $126,000 shortfall. Since it's the first year of early voting, we are in the process of getting good numbers of what it is. So when these numbers were done, we hadn't even had the August primary yet. So by third quarter, we'll be bringing a budget adjustment to you all that will show that whole picture. But right now we'll see revenue surplus. You'll see an expenditure shortfall that are netting out roughly speaking. Planned use of fund balance. This hasn't changed since first quarter. The biggest part is the non-structural lump sums at $8.6 million. And then ongoing carry forward items from previous years. So this is the second year of the Human Services Transition Program. There's 1.3 million allocated to that. We're continuing to spend down the bridge loans allocation. There's 404,000 remaining this year. There is about 300,000 remaining from the health non-structural general fund appropriation that was a response to COVID. That was made back in, I think, 2020. This should be the final year. We should fully spend it down where it's mostly spent as of June. And then there's two small amounts, one for supporting young women that has to do with an allocation that was made a couple of years ago that hasn't been spent yet. And then there were some allocations made from equity to support some public defender programming. It was promised out of 2023 funds. We found out about it in like February, so it's too late to get into our 2023 budget. So it's just a use of fund balance. It was a surplus last year. We're just using it this year. For general fund expenditures, again, we're looking at 160.9 million. Again, these are what we're expecting to see. Public safety and justice is the largest at almost 88 million. Again, contract policing is broken out lower at the 19.1 million. We see support services at 25.5 million, health and human services at 19.3 million. It goes down from there. But again, nothing that looks too different. We see the cap credit out as we always do of 24.1 million that is offsetting, and that's the cap revenue that is paid into the general fund from non-general fund departments. Looking at the appropriations for non-general funds, these are updated to project the general fund contributions for all of the signed labor contracts. And we're projecting that we're showing or spending the full appropriation for health, CMH, and OCED. Again, we have a reconciliation process that happens to balance the general fund needs versus the department needs, making sure they're not dipping into fund balance, but that we're not necessarily over contributing. And so I right now am projecting that all of the money goes, and then at the end of the year, that could be a source of some surpluses. Other programs are showing their need based on their current projected status for grant revenues and reimbursable expenditures. Yes, and then we see by far Health and Human Services is the largest group of appropriations that goes out from the county general fund. For the projected expenditure surplus, again, we have a surplus of about $3 million. The largest source of surplus is general fund personal services. That's coming in at about 2.2 million. This is all departments vacancy savings and surpluses to, and unneeded support to non-general fund programs. We're looking primarily at those reimbursable grants in this case. And that it excludes the trial court, the district court, and the sheriff's office. Those are reported under the surpluses that we see below. The trial court is projecting a $575,000 expenditure surplus. This is due primarily to vacant positions and again offsets their projected revenue shortfall. The district court is also projecting a $500,000 surplus and again almost entirely due to vacancy savings. The board is projecting a $300,000 surplus. This really has to do with just the timing of implementing that new board priority org. I anticipate this will be on budget at the end of the year. It's just getting the timing right of how those allocations are going to be spent, but we are planning to spend them. It's just how they showed up in projections at the second quarter. So I would expect that to come down by the end of the year. The sheriff's office is projecting about $130,000 surplus. This is due to $2.3 million in vacancy savings, which is offsetting $2.1 million in over expenditures that are primarily driven by the medical and food contracts for the jail, and they are partially offsetting the revenue shortfall. We have seen hiring trends improving in the sheriff's office, so these vacancy savings are likely to fall as the year progresses, but we are keeping a close eye on that. For shortfalls, admin's projected to be about $374,000. Again, this is due to different board directed spending, but is fully covered by personal services surpluses. That's reflected up above in the general fund personal services category. So admin as a whole is looking okay. It's just broken out into two chunks. IT is projecting about $233,000 shortfall, again, due to increased operational expenditures. Though similar to admin, this is fully offset by projected personal services savings that are again included in that general fund personal services category. As we talked about in the revenue, water resources, we see about a $225,000 projected shortfall that offsets that revenue surplus, and it is increased work from contractors that are largely reimbursable. And then lastly, the early voting that we talked about also. So again, a lot of ties between the revenues and expenditures, but all things that we know about, we have seen before, are keeping a good eye on. For non-general funds, the good news is we have no non-general fund programs in projected shortfall status, so that's pretty exciting. A number are projecting surpluses, one of which is health. Sorry. Yes, there's one of which is health, and we are reducing the planned contribution to fund balance, I believe. Sorry, my notes are, yes. The whole paragraph there. The other ones that we've seen repeatedly are, vets, facilities, risks, all containing costs and projecting a small to medium-sized surplus. For the second quarter budget adjustments, we have two that have happened within an admin authority. They're on the report at the board meeting later on the consent agenda. One is those transfers for equity allocations, just using the planned use of fund balance for $43,000. The other was increasing special projects operations in the public defender's office. That is funded by already existing public defender general fund appropriations, just reallocating it to a different purpose. And so was an increase in expenditures. So next steps, again, we're continuing to monitor. We're looking at clerk revenues. In the past, that has been a large source of surplus that has continued to stay low, as we saw start to happen last year. We're still on the train of trying to figure out what is structural versus one-time marijuana revenue. We get an update on an annual basis from the state, but we don't get a lot of what goes into the formula to be able to properly project that into the future, and then continue monitoring court revenues. And then expenditures, we continue to watch the impact of inflation and then the impact of personal cost growth on the overall funds. So lastly, 2024, we'll be back, or I'll be back in November with the Q3 update. We'll be bringing budget adjustments at that time for some different funding sources, technical adjustments for some non-general fund and general fund programs. And then you'll see me for the preliminary year-end report in March or April. And then for the 2025 through 2028 reaffirmation, we're continuing that trajectory toward program-based budgeting. We'll be bringing the reaffirmation budget in October, and then anticipating adoption in either November or December, whichever meeting works best for you all. The one other thing I wanted to highlight, the quadrennial budget summary, it's been available for a while on the website. It's just my first time in front of you all, and I wanted to highlight it. This is our first quadrennial budget summary where we took that stab at the program-based budgeting. One of the things I really do want to highlight is in the past, we had a departmental summary. It was 4 pages per department and basically said, here's a department, here's a high-level overview, here's some numbers. This time now you have all of the programs that they're doing, the revenues that are supporting them, the expenditures that are there. It's linked on the slide. It should be linked in your PDF from your board portal. It's available if you go to washtenaw.org from either Open Book or the finance page. But if anybody is looking at it from here, they can also click on this link and they should be able to get it. And then hopefully by the next board meeting, I'll have printed copies for all of you. And with that, that's the end of my presentation. So I'm here for any questions.
Thank you so much. These mics are loud today. Any questions or comments? Commissioner Sanders.
I was quietly clapping about the improvements to the presentation of the budget in the immediate future. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We appreciate all of your work on this. All right, so next up, we're going to move on to the Continuum of Care Winter Sheltering Task Force Plan and Funding Request. And we've got some friends from the Shelter Association and from Alpha House. Dan and Shona, thanks for being here. Good color.
Thanks. Hear me okay? Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, administrator, for having us. I'm Dan Kelly, as Commissioner Somerville mentioned, from the Shelter Association.
And Shona Tarusa from IHN Alpha House.
So we're going to go over the work of the Winter Task Force. I know we met last year, later, closer to winter. It's still nice out today, so I know folks aren't thinking about winter quite yet, but we're in deep planning for winter right now. In fact, kind of in the later stages for winter because we know that it's right around the corner. We appreciate the commission taking an opportunity to discuss this with us and hear our recommendations around the Winter Task Force. So quickly go over, want to start by going over what the task force's purpose was. It was funded last year, early in the year before the winter to help us plan. But I think in our winter planning under the continuum of care, we've always felt like it's akin to building a plane in the air. We're trying to get out of that, I think. We've still got some effort ahead of us, but we're trying to get better about analyzing data, researching best practices, and then most importantly, taking that information and developing strategies, both short-term and long-term. I will say right now, because we're so close to winter, our recommendations right now are very focused on short-term. This winter, how do we make sure that we fulfill that commitment that we make to try to provide quality care to all the individuals and families in our community who are in need during these cold months. And then the committee, through those recommendations, works to identify funding and supports necessary to make sure we can provide those services. They do meet year-round, but more frequently in non-winter months to prepare for the winter. And then a quick thing of note is that the task force is under the Continuum of Care, which is our coordinating body for homeless services across the community. So I'll start by talking a little bit about last year's winter response. In general, what we did, we expanded overnight shelters in both Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti area. That's been a commitment the last few years, is to provide services on the east side of the county where there's need is highest, so folks don't have to travel all the way to Ann Arbor to get some care sometimes. We've been fortunate enough to do that. That picture you're seeing is a look at the Freight House, which that's been a partnership with the city of Ypsilanti the last several years for day sheltering. And so last year we were able to do that. We had, for the first time, winter shelter out in Ypsilanti 7 nights a week, every day, the entire winter, and then day sheltering available. We also had day sites, as I mentioned, throughout Ann Arbor and Ypsi. And then a big part of last winter's response was hotel motels for families experiencing homelessness. Big thing, key indicator there is with case management, so we can help folks stabilize, help them get back into housing, rather than, it takes a lot longer if they're not receiving those supports. And then last winter, there was also really significant shelter diversion efforts for both individuals and families. Diversion is a best practice. It's when you meet somebody in crisis, there's specially trained team members that are trained on this diversion technique, to where folks may have some supports in their own personal community that they're not thinking about in that crisis. And perhaps with some short-term support, they can divert and needing shelter entirely. And we've seen a lot of success with that program. That's a national best practice model, and we want to be doing more and more of that. You'll see that in our recommendations in a moment here. Challenges, we had obviously several challenges. The first one being, when we jump into some data here, we have some data points, is we have near record need. That's been happening year after year, unfortunately, the last several years. In some ways stabilized a bit, but we still think that record need is on the way for this winter as well. I don't know if the commissioners saw that there was an article about Housing Choice Voucher Program earlier today in MLive, talking about the freeze there and its effect on everybody experiencing homelessness or on the verge of homelessness. Particularly families, though, are impacted by this, and you'll notice that our strategy focuses a lot on families because of that. We anticipate that need increasing. We also saw in the individuals on a record number of 195 people on a given night. For a community of our size, that's a lot of people that you have to shelter on one night. Throughout the whole season, you're talking about orders of magnitude larger, but that's on one night. We did see some challenges. I wanted to thank the board for supporting last winter, our winter programs. We did see some challenges with some of the programming not being available because we weren't talking earlier. We also were building the plane in the air, so that's why this year we're trying to be more specific about our request, and also about make sure we've got the kind of the scaffolding set up to be able to do these programs and come out early enough and make those recommendations earlier. Because due to the timing of the request and kind of ramping up, we weren't able to provide some of those services in a timely manner. Also, we've seen a continuing alarming trend with guests coming in with increased acuity, and that can manifest itself in a lot of different ways, specifically mental health, substance use, and physical health. And there's more older adults. In fact, the disability rate for individuals experiencing homelessness is now almost 70%, and that continues to go up. We're actually seeing almost 40% of folks 50 and up. So there's just more complex medical needs. This is a quick snapshot of all households experiencing homelessness over the last year or so. As you can see, it has gone down a little bit, but if you were to extend this out a few years, you would see the numbers a lot lower over time. We're at a sustained high level across the board. And then in terms of family homelessness, also the same thing. We're continuing to see over 100 families every month that are actively homeless at any moment in Washtenaw County, which is an unfortunate trend. If you were to extend that out before this last year, that wasn't the case continuously. And then just to reiterate, this is a graph of our nightly shelter census. As I mentioned, we had a record 195 people on a given night. You'll see that It's a little bit hard to see, but the purple one is the graph for last year, which is clearly ahead of every other year, like pretty much every night. So I shared all the some of the challenges. I'm going to share a couple good things going on to try to respond to this challenge. Some positive changes through the support of the county and the state and a number of other sources. There's actually a lot of additional shelter capacity coming online this winter. Alpha House has 8 family shelter units that they're working on them right now, aren't they?
Right now, yeah.
Literally. And then same thing at Delana Center, we have 8 female shelter beds that are coming online. They're being actively worked on right now. We moved some folks and converted some office space. And that space too, that was another particular kind of need that talk about, which is a trend. We saw 100% increase in women seeking shelter last winter. So we're adding more beds to respond to that. And then SOS Community Services, another provider, added 2 more family shelter units. And then also Ozone House is in the process, timeline TBD on that, around adding some young adult shelter beds. There's a typo on that, by the way. I should say October 2024. We're not going to go back in time there. They're almost done. So, and then this is just a quick snapshot of our current year-round system. We talk about winter here and our expansion during winter, but what's our year-round capacity around sheltering community members in need? We currently have 21 family shelter units, which can serve up to 100+ people, depending on family size. 19 youth/young adult beds. Those are primarily through Ozone House. 21 veteran beds. Those are through a couple different sources like Michigan Ability Partners, the shelter, and Salvation Army. 12 to 18 domestic violence survival units, which can serve families or individuals, up to 22 to 38 people at a time through Safe House, and then 87 individual shelter units. So that's our total system of care. Okay, so we're gonna jump into recommendations. Jonas, can you share?
Right, so our recommendations, first of all, we feel that it's crucial to do what we can to try to keep families in their homes. That's the ideal scenario, which is why the bulk of the funds that we're recommending should go to eviction prevention. And the money that we're requesting will be enough to keep 200 households stably housed, we hope. The next recommendation is funds for shelter diversion. As Dan mentioned, very often if you talk to a family, you can figure out creative ways of not having them come into shelter, be it by buying them a plane ticket to move in with family out of state, or other measures that can help them to find stable housing in other ways. And so 500,000 for 50 to 80 households, and for the family shelter, 60 families, 60,000. So basically about $1,000 for each family. The next recommendation is hotel stays. And so shelter, we always see it as the last resort. And it works really well for some families, and it just does not work for other families. For instance, families with complex medical issues or mental health challenges. Ideally, we would want to put them in a hotel for theirs and others' safety. And so we're recommending 110,000 for hoteling, and that should serve about 45 to 50 households. The next recommendation is more support for rapid rehousing. Like I said, ideally, we want families in their own homes, and both SOS and IHN Alpha House have rapid rehousing programs. And the funds that we're requesting would help bolster our existing programs and, in effect, ensure that we could house even more families this winter. And then, like I said, shelter is the last resort, but unfortunately, we're seeing a significantly increased need for shelter. Although we've increased our capacity from 6 rooms to 14, we still anticipate that that will not be enough. Last winter, we experienced families just dropping in at Alpha House. Sometimes police officers would drop them off in the middle of the night. What we did was to put them in our family rooms, try and spread them out. We would, in the morning, try to figure out how to connect them with resources, bus tokens, connect them with diversion resources, food for the kids, clothing if they needed it, allow them to use the showers, laundry, that type of thing. We expect that we're going to see a lot more families this winter. And so we've been preparing, and we have a lower level at Alpha House, which is quite underutilized. 3 walls of windows, fire escapes, bathrooms, and we're in the process of setting up a kitchen area with coffee machine, food, fridge, and beds. And so that will be the overflow site that we refer to over there. With the previous winter, when we'd allow the families to stay over overnight, we direct them to the warming shelters by day. And we realized that with families, when they have young kids, that's not ideal to be trying to put them on a bus to go somewhere else when they've just come through a traumatic situation the night before. So we would like to have this be a 24/7 program. It's a lot to take on in addition to the expansion we're doing, which is why we need additional resources for that. So that would be when the weather gets really cold, and we would try to make sure that the families have access to transportation, food, clothing, games for the kids, and then try to get them a hawk assessment and get them in the system. So that's the recommendation for families. For individuals,
For individuals, we're recommending to continue at least the level of care that we had last year in our expansive shelter system. So as I mentioned, we had sites in both Ann Arbor area and Ypsi area. We actually had 6 sites throughout the county at a given time. And we want to do the same thing again. We want to be able to offer daytime and overnight across the county for any individual in need. At the shelter, we were able to braid some of the funding last year, so our request is significantly less. That way we can focus more on the families. Because we're able to do that, we actually have some of the allocation from last year we can utilize this year. And then along with the sheltering, same thing within the families end, and the individuals end, there's case management. During the day, there's activities, and there's groups coming in and organizations, nonprofits in the community that come in and meet with our folks in need. We also provide food, transport, pretty much all the basic needs, like Jonah was saying, like, showers and access to laundry. And one thing that at the Lana Center people don't think about is mail. It's like the simplest little things that folks need. We do mail for hundreds and hundreds of people every day. I don't know how our front desk manages that. But there's a whole bunch of shelter activities that are within this winter sheltering underneath it that really try to create a community for the folks that are coming to us in need throughout the winter. And then one thing I will say about all these recommendations is that they are all within our continuum of care under our system of care, and our desire is to have them go through our normal system there as part of it, so that it'll be under our COC. And then I know folks listen to this online or watch it in the community. This is for any community members. What are the current needs? Well, outside of these recommendations to the board, there are other needs that we have that if any community members are interested in supporting, meet. First one being sites. We are still looking for sites. We're always looking for better sites, long-term sites, short-term sites. There's never a bad site conversation to have. And that's something specifically on the east side that is a need. Volunteers, you can literally never have enough volunteers. There's a whole slew of volunteers that work with all the nonprofits in our community, and we can use more within our winter system because really that helps create that community. And then food and meals and transport and laundry and kind of just being a support. There can never be enough of that to go around. So if anybody wants to get involved in Washtenaw County, these are some ways to do so. So next steps, I'll share a couple things here in our last slide. So on the task force end, we have an interim report that we're finalizing. We do this year and last year. So we'll have another annual interim report. It'll go over the things we shared here, but in more detail. The COC task force is going to continue to meet and refine our plans for this winter. And then also thinking about next winter and beyond, we're going to do that. And then this COC task force and the COC, we're going to partner as we are now, recommend coming before the county and other bodies to recommend funding for the purposes as we mentioned. One thing I do want to state is that these recommendations by the task force are not formally approved yet by our COC. We do expect, though, that because it's this virtually the same membership, that they will be supported, and we anticipate that there won't be any significant changes, but they are going to the COC on September 18th. And then one thing I will share is that the COC is also working on a broader systems gaps analysis. They're discussing that at the 9/18 COC meeting as well. And then they will be sharing any updates with the BOC at a later date. And then also that we have discussed these recommendations here with the Winter Task Force with that gaps analysis group. And happy to report that the vast majority of the recommendations here, in fact, 90% of the recommendations here are fulfilling an ongoing system need gap. So the county support through these recommendations helps us not only in the winter, but also helps our broader system of care with kind of thinking about how do we on an ongoing basis meet these needs each year. So that's very, very helpful in that regard. And then the final thing that this task force is going to do is we're going to continue to meet and look for more outreach and look for ways to engage the community and improve our efforts. I think we're trying to get better each winter with our services. Obviously, we'd love more housing. That's ultimately the answer. I just want to squeeze that in there. That is the true answer. We need way more housing. But until then, we'll continue to work on these emergency efforts, and we're very appreciative of the opportunity to speak to the board. So that's all we got.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the presentation. Do we have any comments or questions? All right, Commissioner LaBarre, then Commissioner Sanders.
Thanks, Chair. I had a positive test this weekend, negative this morning, but if I'm masked, it's not just for my delight, but there is a purpose behind it. So thank you, Dan and Shona, for your presentation. I just want to thank both of you as well for the work on the task force and on the COC generally, and also appreciate the OCED staff and both Brady and Andrew who've been somewhat involved from administration. Can you talk a little bit when we look at this amount in total? I think it's natural to have a bit of sticker shock in terms of the total need, and that's understandable. I think the next question then for a lot of folks is, if we're allocating this much money, what is the reason we wouldn't do it in-house directly as a function of county government? Why do we use sort of the provider model? So can you talk a little bit about what we're able to leverage in that? And then a little bit about how frozen federal funds have been. You mentioned the end of ARPA dollars, but I didn't quite realize till relatively recently structurally how restricted you've been, because they just haven't increased the amount. And so it's not inflation adjusted, but just straight same number. Can you talk a little bit about those things? And I might have other questions later on, but that's it right now, Chair. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Commissioner LaBarre, for that. The big thing I'll share there is there are dollars coming in from whether it's HUD or MISTA or other sources that they often require a match. And our system of care in total, I'm trying to remember the total number. We've just been working on this now, and kind of it's a lot. It supports thousands of people every year. So it is a big system of care when you add in all the housing efforts, of Avalon and other groups there and the housing commissions. And when you add in the emergency efforts of Alpha House and the shelter and other groups, and then the providers that serve subpopulations, when you add all that together, it's a huge number of people served. And where I think the providers, we add value, and it's in several ways, but one is that there's funds coming in directly to the nonprofits. When governmental entities are able to fund the nonprofits directly, that we can leverage that, and then now our funding pot grows as a community, and our ability to expand our impact grows collectively. And there's some things that, for example, we can fundraise at the Shelter Association. We raise over $2 million every year in unrestricted funds from individuals across Washtenaw County who care so much about the mission. I don't think government can fundraise like that. Can they do that? No, or I'm not sure actually. I don't think they can, but, yeah. There you go. But I think, so it helps you create that collective impact a lot more effectively when you have that partnership. And then I think we also are really deeply connected because of our expertise in the field. We're deeply connected with the people that we serve, working intimately with them, working really closely and learning their needs and being able to speak to their needs. And that's why I think like I am really proud of our system here in Washtenaw County, because we don't have like one generalist organization that tries to do it all. We have a lot of organizations. Some might say we have too many nonprofits, but I think that we have plenty that have expertise where they can do the thing that they do really, really well. So like, for example, at the shelter, when we have a young adult that comes in, the first group that I call is Ozone House, because they've got the expertise, their staff is well trained on that. They're gonna be able to best help that young person a lot better than at the shelter. Now, sometimes we'll wind up serving them just because of need, and like we don't have enough economies of scale and enough services in our community. But I think that's where the expertise and that value add of the nonprofit sector comes in. And that's why we think these partnerships are so important to our community efforts.
And I'll just add that to your point as to why you shouldn't keep it in-house in the county. Just to give an example, when one of the families arrived at Alpha House last winter, we, even though they were just a drop-in, we provided them with case management. We contacted SOS to figure out diversion resources. We wanted to figure out if they needed to get a Hawk assessment. There was a medical issue and we were trying to figure out how to get medical care. And so we have direct access to resources, and we're set up well. And I know that in-house, you guys have busy jobs and it might be a lot to be asking you to figure out how to put up someone in a hotel. Whereas for us, we've got a system set up and we have people's direct phone numbers to help families with any kind of need they might have.
All right, Commissioner Sanders.
Commissioner Labarre took so long, I don't know. I think I forgot what I was gonna say. I think I just wanted to raise attention. I had the pleasure of sort of getting a pre-presentation from Dan at the CAB last week. And I just wanted to lift up the need for families, adults with children. Not saying that regular adults that don't have any children are not important, but it is a different tug, I think, on your heartstrings when you have a family that is facing housing or, insecure housing and homelessness, especially with the winter coming up. So glad to see that you've increased those numbers, but still want to make sure that people are aware that there's still a very important need relating to that specific population. But I appreciate the presentation. It was very thorough. Thank you for that.
Thank you for lifting that up. Anyone? Oh, Commissioner Light.
Thank you all for coming and presenting the presentation. I think it is very important that individuals know what our homeless population and families that need shelter. Just as Commissioner Sanders said, our population that do not have children are important as well, but you have personally assisted me with a family at the time of 5 that had absolutely nowhere to go. And it was in the late hour that you assisted. And we need to make sure that we can continue to assist, but we need to make sure that we have the funds and the resources to do so. So I just want to say, I personally appreciate you for assisting a family that had absolutely nowhere to go in the late hour. We appreciate all the work that you all do. And however I can help, if you need me to come and whatever you need for me to do, let me know. And that is with the rest of our commissioners. As you said, we do all work, but this is our job. So just let us know.
All right, Commissioner Beaman and then Robbie.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you. I also got a sneak peek at Cavs, so I appreciate seeing the full picture here. I am just so grateful and thankful. I mean, when you're making these extra beds, you're giving up office space. And I really just, again, I want to lift that up. Like, you are making more sacrifices for our community in a way that maybe other organizations aren't or can't. So just really appreciate that. But I'm going to kind of throw one thing to the board, which is I want to lighten their load by what we've talked about a lot at this table, which is housing that's affordable. That's what these families need. I love the beds that you add and the diversion that you do, but they need space. And I am going to, again, state the USDA backed housing that I have in Manchester. Traverse City put this in place. Not only did they put this in place, they added a building that has commercial on the first floor and permanent and temporary housing on the floors above. So I would like to see this. I'm going to call out the US 12 corridor. I would like to see some of this there. But I would like to put you out of a job if I could. I really
that
would.
too.
Thank you, Commissioner Beaman. Commissioner Rabi.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both for being here today. Appreciate your time and all the work that you do. It's of course very important for our community. And I'm very appreciative that you wake up every morning and do the work that you do. With the support of our board and our entire community. Few questions for you. You were mentioning that law enforcement sometimes brings individuals to your facility at Alpha House. And I'm wondering, you said you're anticipating that there will probably be more people this winter that will be presented or presenting themselves at your facilities. Are you attributing that to changes in the economic climate, or is it more changes to laws in other states? I refer specifically to California potentially being a concern. When that happened, the first thought that I had is, where are those people going to go? I know it's not like a blanket, every city is going to do it, but a lot of cities, have decided to do something there. So I wonder if that would have an impact on us. Is that kind of what you're anticipating?
We think it's going to be a combination of factors. There's the Supreme Court ruling making
Right.
homelessness virtually legal. There's the housing choice voucher issue that Dan mentioned. There's the economic situation. So, we're looking at all these different pieces and preparing for the worst, but it'd be very nice if we didn't have that many problems. That's what we would want, to not have anyone experiencing homelessness this winter. But we have to prepare and be ready just in case.
How often do you see individuals that are presented or presenting themselves that are from outside of the county?
We do experience it, unfortunately. Not significant numbers, but it does happen. We had a family that dropped in, I think it was a month ago, who'd come from, I think it might have been Oakland,
Yeah.
but we were able to use diversion dollars to send them onto family in Ohio, I think it was.
Okay.
Yeah, and the individuals, and it's pretty similar. Most people are in county though, and you really break down the numbers, and the vast majority coming from the highest zip codes, 48197, 48188, 48103.
Okay. I wonder if it would be worth tracking that in an aggregate way, not to individually stigmatize any families. I certainly am open to the idea that we would, continue to pay for services for folks that presented themselves regardless of where they're from. But I think from a policy perspective, it's worth noting that, people are coming to our community from other counties. And I think that the follow-up thought that I have with that is that we do in Washtenaw County have, this is a priority of ours. We want to make sure that people are housed and that they're not, cold in the winter, et cetera. And it may not be a priority for other communities. And if people are not getting the resources that they need in other communities and they're presenting themselves in our county, that's a problem that we need to address, and at least I think, especially if we know, hey, Oakland County, we're getting dozens of families that are coming in from Oakland County, then that's a conversation we need to have with Oakland County government to let them know that this is an issue that they need to address in their community to make sure that there's resources there.
Mhm.
Part of
so-
our plan for this winter is to, as the families come in, try and get as much data without alarming them, so that we can track this information for our own internal purposes. So that requires staff to be able to collect that data and do a bit of case management with them. The other thing is, so the HMIS system that we have, if they're getting diversion dollars, a lot of the data is tracked there. And, we should be able by the end of the winter to figure out, what the patterns might be.
Yeah, that would be interesting, I think, for us to know, just generally. It's been a longstanding thing that I've heard of for many years. Whether it's sometimes it is law enforcement officers that actually drive, or people, they get them a taxi or an Uber and they send them in to Washtenaw County. I think that's a very problematic way of approaching, people experiencing houselessness in your community. And I think we have a much better approach, which is why some people are sent here. So building off of that thought, the conversation about solutions that you were just presenting, one of the things that I noted is a deviation from our last year, what we passed. I know it included sort of from my recollection, a reduction in the amount of money that we put forward for hoteling people in exchange for more money for rapid rehousing and different things like that. Why is it now that the proposal is to put more money into hoteling? I think last year we reduced it down to like 10 grand or something like that. And so what is the change in that policy mindset? And maybe that question's directed to you and to the administrator as well. Whoever wants to answer it.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember with the task force, how we came to that. We did discuss that at length. Like, I think the numbers game that we looked at was just like, we looked at the total need, and then we tried to look at, okay, who do we think will be able to be served family-wise through these existing family beds, which are expanding, the new drop-in beds, and then who's kind of unable to be served through that. And then the individual and kind of the same process with the shelter beds. I think that's what we came up with. We can certainly look at it again though, and kind of double check our numbers though around that.
I asked partially because a rationale was presented to us previously for why we shouldn't put as much towards that and we should put money towards other things. And I feel like, I was willing to accept that rationale at the time and just want to make sure that I'm being consistent with what's presented to us.
If I could jump in, I'm actually looking at what we had last November. And we had more dollars on the table last November because they were one time, and the breakdown is pretty similar. We actually changed the amount that we would spend on short-term hoteling, the board did, from what was recommended to us from staff. And we also had the one-time direct cash assistance, but that was like, including that was like double what's on the table right now. But if you take that extra $1 million for direct cash assistance, essentially what was originally presented to us before we made our own changes is basically what they presented. We ended up making a lot of changes.
I will just say that's not my memory. My recollection was that staff presented a rationale for why we were spending less on hoteling. I remember asking this question at the board meeting, and the board may have attempted to increase the dollar amount, but my recollection is that staff had presented I believe it was $10,000 is my $10,000 or $15,000.
Yeah, what was in our board packet originally was 150,000. We made the change. I don't know why. I can't remember exactly why.
Are you sure that we made the change
Oh.
at the board table, or that staff proposed an amendment before the meeting?
Sorry, we made the change, and it was because we actually redirected more money towards rapid rehousing. And so we didn't decrease eviction prevention. We shifted other stuff around to put more dollars on the table for rapid rehousing. And the rationale there is that's more diversion focused. I'm just speaking kind of on what I know about it, but we actually made the changes to put more money, like as a board, for rapid rehousing. And in conversation with providers at the time.
I remember the administrator convincing me that this was a good idea, so that's
To
why
reduce the,
hoteling. So, but I don't want to speak
Okay.
for you.
I'll let Administrator Dill go and then Commissioner Hodge go.
The only other thing that I'd add to what Chair Somerville just lifted up is that, you know, you heard the numbers, the need has increased significantly, and the amount of individuals that we're responding to that are in an emergency situation has increased exponentially. And I don't have in front of me the amount that has come directly from this office year over year. I can bring that to one of our future meetings, and we can certainly unpack that as well. But the need has just increased exponentially.
I think we don't need to go into the details of the rationale, but I believe that one of the arguments against having money for hoteling was the system that we had in place for how families were selected for hoteling purposes. And that it seemed to be more on a ad hoc basis of who contacted commissioners and less on a systematic basis. That's how it's presented to me, at least. And so that is what whoever made the change at the time, the rationale was presented. And whether it was the board or the administrator, I remember the administrator making the case for it, but
That was, I'm gonna interrupt because we're talking about that was a different proposal because we had ARPA funding. This is being presented as we won't be handling the funds for the family sheltering. That they would be handling it, and it would be specific to medical needs and people who can't be at one of their on-site shelters. And so I think that there still will be situations where a commissioner might get into a situation where somebody in our district reaches out to us and we need to hotel somebody and kind of like separately from that system. But I think we're talking about two different things. The proposal that they're presenting to us is for the family shelter system. And so the family shelter providers are going to be the ones managing that part of it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the way that I'm interpreting it. We're not going to be dealing with any of it, but there are still going to be, I wish there weren't, but we are still going to have situations where we run into emergency weather events or families that are in emergency. Like I actually just gave something to Administrator Joel while we were sitting here for a family in my district. So that's going to happen. But I think what they're proposing is separate from what we've done and will continue to do when we have to, is a system that they will manage, and it'll be based on medical need. Does that help clear it up?
not really. I mean, the issue persists, you know, because we're deciding how to prioritize money, or are we just giving them a pot of money and they get to decide how to spend it?
The proposal that they gave us is specific to family shelter needs. And so when there is a family shelter need, either we're at capacity or we're in a situation where we have a family where there is a severe medical issue where like the congregate setting or even the Alpha House location perhaps is not going to serve them well, they are going to make that determination based on need. And so it's actually much better than our system. I would say our system is crisis mode. Weren't, you know, I think Administrator Dill's team does a really good job, but none of them are social workers. And so we are often kind of just putting Band-Aids together when we contact the administrator for stuff like that. They're actually going to provide case management and make expert decisions based on the individual situations. And so there's two different things happening. They're asking us for money for them to manage short-term hotel needs on a crisis by crisis basis. But I think what I also shared to kind of piece it together based on what you were bringing up about the 10,000 last year, Administrator Dill is going to continue to get requests, especially from me. So, and that's separate. That's a totally separate thing. And that comes out of a discretionary fund that the administrator has. So not this funding.
That seems quite disjointed to me in terms of if we're going to give money for this and we're still going to need money for hoteling individuals, that doesn't seem well planned out.
Well, I agree. It's not great. It's not ideal, but we have a lot of, like, especially in Ypsilanti, we have a lot of crisis situations. And like when eviction funding runs out, which it inevitably does every year, there are certain things that we have to be able to do. And I mean, that's why the administrator has the ability to make decisions at his own discretion when we ask. And so it's not perfect. I actually would prefer that we don't do it this way, but we have to do something, especially when we find out that there are like parents with kids sleeping in cars. And so,
But I guess we're also weighing this expenditure against things like refilling the pot for barrier busters or things like that, other things that we could be doing, right? I mean, there's other ways to use this money. I'm wondering too, are we gonna be asked to support just a pot of money that we're sending to these two nonprofits, or is it a specific budget? What I saw in the packet was a more specific budget, right?
yeah, so two things are happening. We're replenishing eviction prevention dollars, and we're also replenishing dollars for short-term family crises for hoteling. And I would say that both are needed. I'm definitely glad that the presentation that you all made, the highest amount, the highest bucket of dollars is for diversion and eviction prevention. I mean, that was the point. And that's the whole point of Housing First, is preventing it from happening in the first place. But I think it would be irresponsible for us not to actually plan ahead and let the experts deal with family homelessness. That way, it's still gonna happen, but I would like to happen less, where we're putting our staff in a situation like I just did 10 minutes ago with the administrator, where we have a family in Ipsy right now who is in crisis mode. So I believe that setting it aside now and working with the experts is actually better for the long run. And we're still gonna have situations where Administrator Dill has to step in, but this is actually gonna prevent more of the piecemealing for a little bit. All right,
I can go later if you want.
Okay.
I do have.
No, you can go ahead. I just want to make sure I remind, so we had Justin, Commissioner Hodge in the queue after you.
You may have wanted to respond to what I.
Yeah, I was trying to respond to
Okay,
you,
Commissioner
just to
Hodge.
add some additional context, but trying to step in to help Annie or Chair Somerville on this piece. I think the other context that's helpful to think about is that this is the earliest that we typically get the winter sheltering strategy. So thank you for that. We're far ahead of the game here. So that might be why some of the numbers are different, because we don't usually get at this as early as we do. Everything else that Commissioner Somerville mentioned is correct, but that's also another big piece that we need to be thinking about as we're making these decisions, is that we're not usually we end up addressing the winter sheltering needs in a more crisis situation. And right now it's not winter yet. So that's why some of the numbers are different.
And Administrator Dill.
Yeah, I just want just a couple of things, because I know that I'll forget them. You know, you guys asked us to bring this earlier. And for all the reasons that we're moving through today, we wanted to be more proactive about our response, and we wanted to make sure that when we're allocating resources, that we had as much information as possible. You know, we've had a number of conversations with Dan and the entirety of the system. You know, from my office's perspective, we would absolutely want to see families and individuals go through the intake and assessment. We talk about the expertise around that process, and we really want to leverage that. Those that we are looking to lean into are those that are in immediate crises. We want to get them out of immediate crises so that they can move through our intake and assessment systems. So we've seen that number fluctuate year over year. I think the year prior, please don't hold me to this, but that number was in excess of $50,000, and we dropped it down at the at the board table. But I will say to you, I don't have the number in front of me, but it is going to far exceed the $10,000 that was allocated.
Okay. I had a few other commissioners put their hands up in the middle of your comments, Commissioner Rabi. Did you have a few more comments, or can I? Okay, I'm gonna go. I had Commissioner Light in the queue, and then I had Commissioner Labar, and then I had Commissioner Sanders, and then I'll go back to you, Commissioner Rabi.
I was just gonna lift up that making sure that those funds are available. It's actually not enough. I have 3 people, as I would say, sitting on ice, 3 families right now sitting on ice, where I have directed them to other resources before I go into the whole crisis mode. It's no way that we can get rid of the funding that we just can't. And as we all said that we're just glad that it's come to us early, but it dropped down to 45 last night. So we're a little early, but you know how they say on time is late? We're still late in the game. And so this is not a time right now. They've come to us with a little earlier so that we can prepare better, but we're still, even though we're on time, we're late. So like I said, I got 3 families on ice, and I will start calling every commissioner and tell them you need to use I want your funding from your portion of the county, because myself and Annie, we get all of the families. I get it, and it's always a crisis. We do what we're supposed to do by sending them to first, we go down the process, contact DHHS. They do all of these things, but nothing is instant gratification. And the only thing that's gonna happen is we're gonna have a family of 4 or 5 in the park or just somewhere, and they're not gonna be helped. So there is we can't say, oh, well, why is it? Because we have to have it. There's no other, anything we can do. The funding has to stay. We just have to figure it out as we go along. So it doesn't even matter. We need to provide the funding. And if everyone doesn't agree to that and accept the proposal, it's a crying shame, because I get so many families that come to me because they need the help. So, and I work with organizations and I do what we're supposed to do, and we have to do it. So we need to make sure that we accept this proposal.
All right, and just a reminder, we do have an item later at our next our regular board meeting at 7 that would address what was presented. So I had Commissioner LaBarre, then Commissioner Sanders in the queue, and then I'll go back to Commissioner Robbie.
I want to meet this Commissioner Sanders. Dan and Shona, I tried to ask you a leading question about federal funding at the start of this. If you hit it, great. If not, hopefully point made. I do want to pick up just briefly on what Commissioner Light just said in terms of the budget process. This is going to be the first winter where we have both no more coordinated funding as a structure and no more ARPA dollars for Slack. And so the COC is working on essentially a big ask to us to say, this is structurally what would fill the gap between essentially where we want to be in terms of providing sufficient, maybe not optimal, but sufficient services, and where we're at right now. And so I appreciate the timing on this, because in the next 3-4 meetings, we're going to get that first budget draft and start talking about this. And so I think part of why I asked at the start about the relationship with doing it directly and using the provider network is, I would say, because of that lack of flexible ARPA dollars and because of that lack of coordinated funding, we should lean into this and these sorts of requests using the provider network, because candidly, then we don't have to set up operations on our own, pay for them, and give them essentially lag time to develop skill sets and experience and expertise. So I just wanted to add that, and that, yes, I'm glad we're coming earlier, but as Commissioner Light said, both the drop in temp, but also just the cadence and flow of this board. It will be December before we know it. So I appreciate the time and space you've given us, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanders.
Love or Sanders?
Love Sanders.
I think I just wanted to add that from my recollection, during the time that we made that adjustment, I think my understanding was it made more sense to adjust sort of the line item that we had set forth, because we were looking at holistically what it's like to be displaced. And then it would make more sense for us to put money into those line items that allowed us to keep people in their homes, to not disrupt children, which I think is a priority. you know, especially school-age children to, and this is just me on my bully pulpit, to try and give the family some level of dignity when they're already stressed out about something. I think that of the 9 of us, there are 2 renters that sit on this board. I'm one of them. And when you look at the costs that landlords are astronomically increasing their rent with no check. I know that I have pulled the trigger at least 3 times, I think, for families initially that were not in my districts because they were homeless. It was clear they had children. And under those circumstances, when the temperature is dropping, you don't have time to go through the system. I can't speak for any other commissioner, but you will never see me or hear that I am witnessing someone that is homeless. And I'm not gonna call an inconvenience. This is still, again, I'm on my bully pulpit. The administrative staff that don't get to clock out at 5 o'clock, that are getting a call at 11 a.m. because the homelessness seems to never happen during business hours. I promise you it doesn't. And so this funding is not fluff. It is something that is necessary if we're going to live what we say we believe in and make sure that as many of these families that we can assist, we are able to do that in a way that is least disruptive to them, because the more disruptive it is, it ends up being more costly for the county, period. So that was my recollection of why we made the adjustment in that funding. And respectfully, Commissioner Robbie mentioned barrier busters. I can't say this for a fact, but I'm gonna make an assumption. Rarely the people that are reaching out for barrier busters, they're not already homeless and reaching out to barrier busters. They're reaching out because maybe they just got a place to live and they don't have a bed, or the car has broken down, or they need it. Typically, they're not calling barrier busters in terms of that taking money away from us being able to make sure that they're housed. So that was my recollection from why we made that adjustment. And it's still going towards housing and homelessness. It is literally just trying to be preventive as opposed to reactionary, because the reactionary piece is expensive. When you're talking about putting somebody, what did your figure say? The average stay is, did I see 15 days in a hotel? That's a lot of money. And we're not even talking about the possible damage that is done that the county still has to take care of. So I'd rather give you a Band-Aid up front than have to pay for the shot of penicillin after. So.
All right. Do we have anyone else who hasn't spoken yet? All right. Commissioner Rapi?
My recollection is exactly what everybody has described in terms of we shifted money from immediate needs to more preventative needs. What I'm trying to get to the bottom of is why we're now shifting back to this model under the proposal that you're putting forward. So I still haven't really gotten an answer to that question.
Yeah, happy to provide a little more on that. I think as Commissioner Somerville was saying, I tried looking up while we're discussing here, our recommendations last year were for about the same amount in hoteling. And in fact, and I think like there's also like the way the funding was allocated last year. For example, the shelter got $50,000 in hoteling last year as well, but it was under the site support line item. So there was actually hoteling that was within other line items. So I think that kind of obfuscates the amount of hoteling that really did happen. SOS is actually right now running a hotel program. Due to the timing of contracts, they weren't able to do it towards the end of the winter, but they're continuing to do it. And it is successful in terms of serving those really hard to reach folks who maybe the shelter beds are full if it's non-winter, because we have less, or even if it is winter, they're full, or the overflow, which we're going to have, I'm really excited about, maybe doesn't work for them. This applies for individuals and families too. Even at the Lana Center, if we've got to temporarily restrict somebody, they're having like some kind of mental health breakdown, we'll work with CMH, help them get into a hotel temporarily, kind of stabilize, and kind of use different tools at your disposal to try to help somebody through that crisis. So I think it's just another tool in the toolbox to help the providers kind of work with people in need. And I tried looking here, and it is similar to the recommendations last year. I don't know what happened on the back end, but I think our recommendations around hotels were pretty close because we wanted a percentage of it, to be available for that flexibility around being able to do it on a short-term basis, as Commissioner Sanders said, but still be able to
I
do
mean,
that.
the overarching argument to me from the professionals that advise us is that we should put more money to the, less to the immediate and more to the supportive long-term. So that's my point, and I'm just trying to get to the bottom of what changed. The other thing that I'm noting, well, let me say one more thing on this, and then I'll shift my question to something else. My primary concern with putting the amount of money that we are to hoteling is that it is hugely cost ineffective to hotel people. And we should be, if we're going to spend, clearly we have a lack of available shelter space. So instead of spending $110,000 on hoteling people, perhaps we should think longer term than just this winter and make an investment in more shelter space. I know that there were a lot of groups that came to us last year, maybe it was earlier this year, about purchasing shelter space, and we have not acted on that. And here we are again being asked to thinking about hoteling people versus actually having the shelter capacity that we need in our community just really doesn't make sense.
Well, Dan and I are both looking long-term as well as trying to figure out this winter. We know that there's a need for shelters on the east side of the county, and we're both actively working on that right now. So it's not something we've put aside. We're doing both, and our concern is this winter and what happens when we have families at our door.
I guess my other concern that I wanted to raise, and this is not a question for either of you, I appreciate both of you and what you've presented. Just want to make sure I understand, and we obviously will have another opportunity to talk about this, but I see that our memo in our board packet is from the administrator. Where is OCD in this conversation? And Tony, I know that there's, two nonprofit leaders that are presenting this plan to us. Typically, I would have expected that and I guess I'm saying this because I take a little bit of issue with what Commissioner Labar said regarding our staff. I do believe that we have capacity as a county to provide services. We have very intelligent and well-respected staff here. I don't know that we have capacity to do all the things that you're doing, but I want to make sure that what we are going to be voting on later meshes with the goals of our OCD. And I don't see they're not the ones presenting, and I don't see them as the ones that are on the memo that we're presented with either. So
I'm actually gonna step in. We did not ask OCD to present this. We asked folks that were outside of the county who are on the COC Winter Task Force to present. And I think a lot of the folks that we work with, the providers that maybe in the past have raised issue with how internally we're hoteling people because there's not a system. And so the whole point with what they're presenting is that this was work grouped. And the consistent complaints that I've got is that we're not using a system when we hotel people, because we're not. We're piecemealing it based on who gets a hold of us, and what they're proposing is an actual structured system. Separately, they are both working on sites on the east side. I've had conversations with them, and we have future opportunities to increase capacity with a state grant that we'll be receiving for family shelter. And so these things are all happening. It would have been nice if we would have gotten a state grant 2 years ago so we could actually be talking about expansion for this year, but this is just how it's working out. So I think that what you're presenting is actually a reaction to some of the complaints that we've heard about how we've sheltered in the past. with hotels in particular. And some of the concern that I've heard from providers is the lack of case management, the need for more structure, and figuring out a way to prioritize people with the highest need. And so what I heard in the presentation is that is what you're proposing to us, is actually prioritizing people who for different reasons might not do well on site and might need to be in a private hotel room with their family. And I also just want to, you can't put families in the same setting as individual adults. And it's going to take us some time, probably years, to really work out the kinks in the system where we won't have to fill the gaps in with hoteling, because you just can't do that with kids, with families with kids. And so I'm going to stop and let Commissioner Scott make some comments because she hasn't gone yet. Administrator Dill first, though. Sorry.
I just wanted to say, there is leadership here from OCD, so I wanted to make that known. And also, Tony asked if she could be excused this evening. She was dealing with a bit of an emergency, and I agreed that she could not be here this evening, and that her team would be here to represent OCD. So there are members from OCD in the space this evening.
And can I just add something real quick? We do work really closely with OCED, and as Dan mentioned, we're here representing the COC, not here as nonprofit executives. We're representing the community. That's why we're here.
Yeah, and then a real quick aside, we didn't list the membership, but OCD is on the Winter Task Force, and they were involved in the creation of the presentation.
Commissioner Scott.
I just want to add, it was only a kind of a small observation. A year or so, maybe more. I can't do time anymore after COVID. We had an event at the LRC where we had people talk about kind of the state of housing, and we had members of the unhoused community speak to us at that event. And I think that what that did for me attending that event was really open my eyes to the idea of the different ways people are living. And there are people that come into the shelter system and use the shelter system, but we also have a significant part of the unhoused population that do not want to be in congregate settings and that are happy living in their cars or vans. That's how they choose to live, but they also have points in time where they need help to be in a hotel for a certain reason. You know, with Commissioner Somerville, I reached out about somebody in my own district who had that issue. And that's important too, because their humanity is also important to recognize. And I want to make sure we're taking care of people who aren't living in this system of like shelter or not shelter. There are all sorts of different ways that people are dealing with this issue. And it's important that we're able to look across the spectrum and be able to help people who are living in all different states of being unhoused. And I think hotels is an important part of that. Thanks.
Thank you. And I know that was the proposal specifically for family, but we do, even in the summertime, experience weather-related emergencies where we step in and put people, especially with medical conditions, into hotels for 2 to 3 days at a time, just to give them some respite. We've had about 2 major heat waves this summer, and we had less than 10 people that we helped, somewhere between 5 and 10. And we did that based on need, and they were either had like a young child or were pregnant or had some other medical related issue. And so we're even trying to get better internally at how we're prioritizing the crisis needs for hoteling. And so I appreciate the focus on that. Do we have any other comments? All right. Do you have any final comments? You did good. Thank you for your presentation.
Just thank you. I guess the one thing I wanted to add was just, I appreciate the dialogue and the caring from the community and the commissioners around like thinking about not only short term, but it sounds weird. I'm with the shelter and I really do want to have the shelter closed because we figured out long-term solutions. And I think that starts with, let's get through the winter and then let's think about how do we build more shelter beds, which we've been doing. How do we supercharge those efforts? And then most importantly, how do we get way more housing in our community, exponentially more housing? Because we really do want, it'd be nice if we only needed one shelter and that would be it. But, you know, unfortunately we're seeing need increase and truly would like to figure out those long-term strategies. And I think the COC with Commissioner Labar on that, the COC and other members is looking at what our long-term goals are and where that gap is. So I appreciate everybody in the lively, good conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on, we have no items for current or future discussion, so I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. All right, all in favor?
All right, good evening, everybody. Just crossing the 7:16. We were going to start at 7:15. But welcome to the September 4th Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners meeting. I'll wait for these words to disappear off the monitor there. And then we will, just waiting for that real quick. No, we're going to rise for the pledge now. All right, let's rise for the pledge, everybody. All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Still waiting for these words to disappear, but we'll go ahead and do the roll call.
Commissioner Beaman, present. Commissioner Hodge,
Present.
Commissioner Labar, Commissioner Light,
Present.
Commissioner Machieski,
Present.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yep.
Commissioner Sanders,
Present.
Commissioner Scott,
Here.
and Commissioner Somerville.
Here.
All right, the team's all here. It's been a month since we've done one of these. Looking forward to a riveting night. And it looks like we have some people in the crowd for public comment. So now I can give you the rules of public comment. So here at the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners meeting, you get 3 minutes for public comment. You will approach the podium and state your name, city, and township, and then you will get 3 minutes. We have a nice color-coded light system right there on the podium. Starts at green, goes down to yellow when you got 1 minute left, and then goes to red. And when it gets to red, I got to stop you. I will stop you no matter who you are, because I am fair with how much time everybody gets. If you are online, same rules apply, but you have 2 ways you can participate. If you are joining via the Zoom client, you will hit the raise hand icon. I will call on you. You will state your name, city, or township. You get your 3 minutes. You'll be able to see a timer on the screen. If you are on Zoom via the phone, you will hit *9 to raise your hand. I will call on you. You'll state your name, city, or township, and you'll hit *6. You'll say your name, city, or township, and you'll get your 3 minutes. Anybody like to give public comment? Oh, and other thing I always got to remind people, it's not a conversation, so we can't respond to you immediately. So if you've never been to one of these meetings before, it can be a little bit awkward having you come up to make comment and then have to wait for us to respond. But commissioners will be able to respond to you after everyone has given public comment. So who wants 3 minutes? Come on down. All right, name, city, or township. And the podium is also adjustable.
Great. Hello, commissioners. My name is Gina Dahlem, Ann Arbor. I work as a nurse practitioner at the shelter, and I've been a professor at U of M for the past 12 years. More importantly, I've been a resident in Washtenaw County for the past 21 years and Board of Health member for nearly 6, including serving as chair for the past 2 years. I'm here to speak about the crucial budget deficit needs of the health department that we have been experiencing and to urge you to invest in funding for the health department. I believe that all of you are here for the well-being of our residents and that you want to partner with the health department in meeting our county's needs. All of us have lived through the pandemic and witnessed firsthand the critical role the health department plays in keeping our residents safe. In order to learn from the pandemic and prepare for the next public health threat, it is vital that our county invests funding in our health department so that we can practice prevention and preparation rather than only reacting to emergencies with bootstrap solutions. The local maintenance of effort, MOE funding for the health department has remained stagnant since 1992 and was based on the fiscal expenses of that year. As a point of reference, the price of Big Mac in 1992 was $2.19, and now in 2024 it is $5.69, which roughly represents a 224% inflation that has happened over the past 32 years. How can it be that our county invests so little in our citizens' health when costs have risen so dramatically? Over the past 3 decades, the county's investment in the health department has increased by only 11%, despite the cost allocation plan requiring the department to pay the county back having risen by an alarming 200%. As a result, the overwhelming majority of MOE funds received in the county are now used to simply pay the county back. If the MOE had kept pace with inflation, our health department would be receiving $6.5 million today compared to the current $2.9 million. The lack of adequate funding is not just unsustainable, it poses a significant threat to the health and well-being of our community. The burden of this underfunding falls on our residents, especially those experiencing the greatest health disparities. These are the individuals I serve clinically, and they depend on these vital services provided by the health department. Furthermore, in an effort to survive amidst rising costs, the department is being forced to consider throughout raising the cost to receive healthcare, which predominantly impacts, once again, low-income residents, as well as increasing fees for environmental health licensing and inspections. We can do more to secure a healthier, safer, and more equitable future for our residents. I trust that this team of commissioners will be the ones to correct this oversight and provide the necessary funding for our county's health and safety. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment? Come on down. Name, city, or township.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Edelman from the city of Ann Arbor. I'm here as a private resident of Washtenaw County. I work closely with the health department in my professional role, but I'm here as a personal citizen tonight and a general public health professional. First, while I know the health department is not made up of the health officer alone, I've had the honor to work with Jimena Lebluck for the past 20 years in many roles in the nonprofit sector in Washtenaw County. She has always been a strong leader and advocate, deeply embedded in the community while also working diligently with her staff internally. She led us through COVID and is now taking the lead for our county on opioid settlement funds. She's visible in many sectors of the community work and leads a strong team. Dr. Marquez is also to be commended for his work at the health department and throughout our community. I've known him much more briefly and am moved by his knowledge and commitment to positive public health outcomes in our community. My experience with the rest of the team in the health department has been beyond exceptional. Again, here as a community member, while my elderly parents needed a COVID vaccine, the nurses at the health department accommodated their special needs, and my parents now rave to everyone about their experience there, and that does not come lightly. The media campaigns that come from the communications department are exceptional. They are direct, address the needs of awareness for important issues, and are visible as coming from the health department, strengthening the importance of their issues. Finally, I've been incredibly impressed with how the health department addresses and understands the need to address health equity and disparities in our county. Seeing ads in Spanish and again, seeing Jimena as the health officer on Facebook during COVID, giving messages in English followed by Spanish, showed again her leadership and also the acknowledgement of the health department to reach communities that may not otherwise be reached. This is one example of many, including youth mental health, marijuana safety, access to naloxone to prevent opioid overdose, and recovery from substance use. Ultimately, the health department takes the lead on a number of issues and has become visible across the community to me as a resident, as a leader of all things health. I cannot imagine the expenses they bear to achieve what they do now, and I'm here to fully support an increase in their maintenance of effort funding. This funding is required for the county in order for us to receive state funding and has not had a significant increase since the early 90s. Please help our health department continue to be able to lead and do the work they do so well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? All right. Name, city, or township.
So I'm Chris Frank and live in Ann Arbor, work for the University of Michigan. I'm an addiction medicine doctor, but I'm also I'm the medical director on campus for all the students and our faculty and staff. And I'm a Board of Health member also, here to speak on fixing structural issues with the health department budget. I'm not going to go through all the details. I think you're going to get a lot of written comments. And obviously it's a little bit complicated for people who are not in it all the time, but I did want to just say that I work with the health department, both inside and outside. Just in the past year, we've dealt with things collaboratively with the university, including a pertussis outbreak, tuberculosis outbreak, measles outbreak, mpox outbreak. And so we work with them all the time. And I'm not like someone who is just going to say that public health always needs more money. That's kind of not where I'm at. But I am someone who's really experienced in public health. I was a health officer like Jimena in Washington State, and I represented all the health departments in Washington State on the State Board of Health in Washington. And I've been down these roads around public health funding before. And I actually thought this budget thing was a mistake when they first showed it to me. And so I really do think that they do a lot with limited resources. And they have a lot of mandated resources, and really no one else is going to step in and fill those things. There are a lot of things that only they can do, even if there are large health systems in the area that have some resources, but are not able or allowed to do those things. And the consequences of sort of not fixing these structural issues really is pushing costs off on business owners and other people who pay environmental health fees. and also pushing costs off on patients who actually use the health department for clinical services. So it changes the way that they can provide sliding scales and other things to offset those costs. So really, patients who are least able to afford it are going to end up having to fill some of those budget gaps because the mandatory services just have to be done. So I would encourage you both to close that gap, but also think about mechanisms that you might be able to put in place to correct over time based on, either a cost of living increase or costs for employees that might make it so we're not kind of in the same situation in the future, so that there's a built-in mechanism to keep pace of the cost of providing good public health services. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Name, city, or township.
Good evening. My name is Ellen Rabinowitz. I live in Ann Arbor. I'm a happy Washtenaw County retiree, and I'm the former health officer at the County Health Department. I'm here to speak to you tonight about the Health Department budget and to urge you to increase the county's contribution to the budget. Other speakers have talked about the incredible programs in the county. Because I know the budget well, I'm going to get technical. Let's talk about the maintenance of effort. Unbelievable as it is, the amount that the county is providing for the maintenance of effort is the exact same amount as what the county has provided for the past 32 years. No increase in maintenance of effort funding for over 30 years, and only minimal other investments in health department programs over that same period. At the same time, the health department pays back to the county through the cap an amount almost equal to the maintenance of effort. In 2023, the cap for the health department was $2.3 million. That's a charge that somebody described earlier that's increased since 1992 by an eye-popping 200%, even as the maintenance of effort funding has stayed stagnant. Cap costs increasing every year since the cap was unfrozen in 2012, maintenance of effort not increasing at all. And adding insult to injury, a Board of Commissioners policy since 2011 has provided zero general fund dollars to non-general fund departments to cover the cost of salary and fringe increases. Health department and other non-general fund departments have had to absorb those costs. I understand that this policy is changing in 2024. Thank you, Commissioner Scott. But it won't be retroactive, and the cumulative impact on the health department's budget since 2011 is significant. This is like deja vu all over again. Every year I was the health officer, I brought a budget here, I stood up here and I said, you've been giving us the same amount of money since 1992. This situation would really be laughable if it wasn't so serious. You didn't need a once-in-a-century pandemic to show you how critical the health department is to our community. Sure, ARPA, other COVID funds help to support the Herculean efforts of the health department staff, but that funding was one time and it's gone now. Not gone are the expectations for the same level of service. Budgets are moral documents. They're an expression of values and priorities. I know you all value the health department. You've told me that time and time again. So it's time to back up those values with adequate funding. It's time to put your money where your mouths are. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? All right, come on down. All right, name, city, or township.
Good afternoon. My name is Guadalupe Cervantes. I am from the Ann Arbor district. I'm sorry.
You just have to say the city or the township. So,
Ann Arbor. My name is Guadalupe Cervantes, and I am a Board of Health member, as well as a previous community health worker and a current grants program coordinator. I'm here to advocate for the investment of the Washtenaw County Health Department budget, specifically for the increase of the local maintenance of effort, which was just discussed previously. As stated by my colleague, this amount has dwindled from approximately $7 in 1992 to $1 per person currently. This has prompted the Washtenaw County Health Department from maintaining and adding new initiatives as well as increasing costs for all residents. The sliding fee scale may no longer be zero, and clinical fees as well as environmental fees will increase. As a grants program coordinator myself, I know that grants may fill a gap. However, they're often temporary, restrictive, and unsustainable. I'm also a previous employee of the Washtenaw County Health Department, and I know how much employees care for the community and work endlessly to bridge gaps and build the trust. So this will not only set back all the work that has been done previously, but will be detrimental to the lives of those who are most in need and people of color due to their inability to pay. We must learn from history and move on from reactive care to preventative care by investing in public health initiatives such as those operating under the Washtenaw County Health Department. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? No. Oh, yep. All right. All right. Name, city, or township.
Maria Militzer, Pittsfield Township. I am a social determinants of health and health equity researcher. I earned a PhD in health education and health equity. In that capacity, and also as being president of Mexicanos Unidos, a community-led nonprofit organization serving Latine immigrant communities in Washtenaw County, I'm here to advocate for increased funding from the county to support public health work. As a former member of the Board of Health, Community Voices for Health, Health Equity Council, and as a Washtenaw County resident, I'm hoping you will realize and authorize the signature of the county administrator on the 2024-2025 comprehensive agreement and the Washtenaw County Health Department budget for the same period. For the last 4 years, Mexicanos Unidos has worked very closely with the Washtenaw County Health Department to mitigate the negative impact of the COVID pandemic on vulnerable communities of color, including the vaccine rollout. Such terrible impact on our vulnerable communities was exacerbated by historic underfunding public systems. An infusion of operating revenue is needed to meet community needs and provide comprehensive mandated services in today's environments and at current costs. Increased funding will bring back priority health services that continue to be problematic as the health department continues building a resilient and equitable public health infrastructure and services to be better prepared to face other public health crises and risk while promoting health disease prevention. Lastly, I would like to express my appreciation for considering a resolution in recognition of the Hispanic Heritage Month. Thank you for that.
Thank you. All right, anybody else in the room for public comment? Doesn't look like it. All right, Ashley, who do we have online? Anybody?
Yes, we have Marianne Udall Phillips.
All right, please state your name, city, or township.
Good evening. It's Marianne Udall Phillips. I'm here from Superior Township, and I'm also speaking on behalf of the public health budget and urging you to consider increasing that budget, as you've heard from others who spoke before me. I'm here not only as a citizen of Washtenaw County, but also as the vice chair of the Governor's Public Health Advisory Council. And in that role, and with the support of my colleagues here at the University of Michigan at the Center for Health and Research Transformation, in 2022, we did an extensive analysis of the state and local response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and the Council has now created an action plan to substantially improve the infrastructure and the trust in public health to better protect the public's health going forward. In that context, and relevant to the budget presentation that you're going to hear later, there are three critical things that I really want to highlight for you. First of all, public health at the state, federal, and local level has been severely underfunded for many years. Indeed, it wasn't until this year's budget that the state of Michigan even began to meet its statutorily required share of local public health funding. And as a result, as you've heard, local public health was ill-equipped to meet the needs that were evident during the pandemic. Second, funding for public health is predominantly categorically mandated at the federal and the state level. And that means that local public health has no discretionary funding to pivot in the face of a critical health emergency. And third, relationships with the community and with the medical care system are critical for public health to be successful. Those relationships must be built before a crisis and be ongoing, and they take time, resources, and staff that are not devoted to day-to-day operations. We may not be in the worst of the COVID pandemic right now, but the next emergency, whether we're talking Mpox or equine encephalitis, is right around the corner, and we have to be prepared. I urge you to increase the funding you are considering tonight for local public health. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else online?
Yes, Chair. Next, we have Cornelius W.
All right, please state your name, city or township.
Hey, my name's Corn, Ypsilanti Township. I would like to echo the sentiments that have been shared tonight about the increase for public health funding. I think that should be a priority for this commission and for Washtenaw County. I think pointed out by a couple folks that we're in the middle of an overdose crisis in this country, and spending for evidence-based interventions is still very, very minimal. The health department has been a huge supporter of harm reduction services in Ypsi and Ypsi Township and across Washtenaw County. I think increasing their funding ultimately would increase the capacity for harm reduction services in the county and is absolutely necessary. I'm also in the process of trying to expand harm reduction services in Ypsi and Ypsi Township by way of offering drug checking services. We have support from the health department, from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, and from the Michigan State Police through the Department of Justice, and would love support from the Board of Commissioners as well, as we're looking to get this started in Ypsilanti. And so it would be wonderful if the commissioners could put together a resolution in support of expanding harm reduction services in 48197 and 48198 area codes. We still see the highest rates of fatal overdoses outside of Detroit in all of Washtenaw and Wayne County in Ypsi City. And then another thing that's been pointed out is the increase in cost of living due to rapid rates of inflation. This has obviously affected housing. And as was pointed out, Black and Brown communities specifically are suffering from this. In Ypsilanti, we have a few different groups who have been trying to help the unhoused community through offering food services and basic hygiene services. This has led to an increase of community members gathering, and there's been a heavy police response in light of that. There's been no funding from the county for any kind of community-based crisis response or community-based unarmed response. That would very much fill the need that the police are now filling, and it's resulting in folks getting trespassing tickets, having warrants served, and getting arrested, and especially for folks who are unhoused and also using drugs. This is detrimental. As we know, folks coming out of corrections are significantly higher at risk or at higher risk for fatal overdose because their tolerance is affected when they go into the correction system. So we would love if the county could help fund some unarmed crisis response for Ypsilanti and Ypsi Township. There is a dire need. Thank you.
Time's up music. That's a new feature. We have not had that before. Thank you, Brady. Interesting. We may use that for in the room. Then I don't have to.
You couldn't hear the music on Zoom. You got to turn it up.
Yeah. Well, there was time's up music. So another thing not on my bingo card for tonight. Right. Do we have anybody else online for public comment?
No, we don't have anyone
That's
else
it
online.
for, okay, last call for anybody in the room for public comment. All right, we've closed public comment. We've received a number of written public comments as well as the ones in the room. Most of the written public comments are from other Board of Health members that add on to the overall conversation that we had there. We'll move on to Commissioner follow-up to public participation. I'll go first to say I want to thank everyone from the Board of Health that's come to talk about this issue. It's been something we've had a number of discussions about over an extended period of time at the Board of Health. I believe that we are moving forward and getting to a direction where we will have a solution. I've talked to Administrator Dill quite a bit about this over the last several months, and I think we're going to have a conversation on Monday that might bring us to a solution. So thank you for your advocacy and the conversations that you've all shared with us today. You were pointing, Commissioner Sanders would like to speak next. Okay, go ahead.
I think I would just be curious to know what is on so if more funding was received, what would be on the wish list for that funding? I'm not expecting them to answer that here, but.
Well, their budget's on our agenda, so you can ask that then too. Anybody else? Commissioner Scott, I see you. I know. Yeah. You flipped the pen too.
I flipped the pen. I was full of style. Thank you, Chair Hodge. Also, I want to say thank you to everybody who spoke up about the public health department budget. I am eager to the conversation we'll have in the meeting itself about that. I have probably more to say during that time. I do want to say that I think that 32 years without increasing the maintenance of effort for our health department is unconscionable. I think we have a moral and ethical obligation to increase that budget to the public health department. In 1992, the last time the health department received a budget, I'm wondering who on the board was not born in 1992. You were 2. Okay, Greg wasn't born. I was 20. And I'm 52 this year. So a dozen eggs that year cost 86 cents. If you were buying eggs someplace other than Kroger, who was price gouging you apparently in 2023, it cost $4.82. So eggs have gone up that much since 1986 cents to $4.82, but we have not increased the maintenance of effort at the public health department. A gallon of gas cost you $1.13, and now in 2022 it cost you $4.90. But the maintenance of effort at the public health department, the amount of money we give to them since that time has not gone up. In 1992, we didn't know what COVID was, and the amount of people living in this county, I should have looked up that number, maybe I'll have that for our conversation, was fewer than it is now, but the maintenance of effort has not gone up for our increased number of people that have come to live in Washtenaw County, finding it a lovely place to live. We have to fund public health. It is not just COVID. It is not just getting vaccinations for kids. It is your water. It is making sure that you can go to a restaurant and knowing that you're healthy eating in that restaurant. It is restaurant inspections. It is community health workers out in the community helping people. It is the WIC program being expanded and used in this county. It is working to better the community's health broadly. And again, I just want to say thank you to everybody who came to talk. And I do think that it is unconscionable that this maintenance of effort that the county has put forward to the public health department has been stagnant. And again, just to reiterate, we have a moral and ethical obligation here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? No. Okay. Well, we will. Oh, yeah, I was looking at you and I thought you don't want to say something. Commissioner Robbie.
I like to wait till everybody else has an opportunity. I don't want to hog the mic, But I want to quickly just echo what Commissioner Scott said. Thank you all for coming out tonight. I definitely support your ask, and this is a long time coming, and we need to do something on it. So, and it's always it's always good to see my friend Ellen here to advocate and to hear your experience, you know, as the former, you know, public health director going through this and advocating. I remember you advocating for this for years. And hopefully we can get something good after all that advocacy and all that work that you put in. So, and thank you to everybody that came forward to advocate today.
All right. Anybody else? Commissioner, anybody before Commissioner Scott? Commissioner Scott.
I wanted to look those numbers up very quickly about Washtenaw County population. In 1992, 285,339 people. In 2023, 365,536 people. There is clearly an increased need for us to be supporting our community, and especially when your population is going up like that, you're going to have increased public health issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Nope. Okay, well, we'll move on to, Commissioner. You're just trying to get in the queue early. Okay, well, we're going to move on to liaison reports, and I think Commissioner Somerville wants to go.
Yeah, I finally have one for the Environmental Council. So at our last meeting, it was brought up, a reminder was brought up that we passed a resolution urging our board to reallocate unspent funds that we allocated previously for the Resiliency Office to be used over a period of 4 years, a majority for the Resiliency Office itself, and then a tiny bit each year for the Environmental Council to use for their outreach efforts. And so I believe we will have that in our board packet at the next meeting on the 18th. And that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else for the liaison report? Commissioner LaBarre and then Commissioner Sanders, or LaSanders, as we learned during working.
Well, I defer to my colleague. Yes. We had a good, thank you, Katie. We had a good mental health board. We passed the budget. You'll hear more about it when we discuss it, but just wanted to give a shout out to the staff there. They have worked really hard on this and look forward to it. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Sanders.
Just sharing that the Community Action Board has some board members that are terming off. And so I think they're going to have some vacancies. If there's any interest in serving on that, don't reach out to me.
Reach out to the clerk's office. Yes. Stay tuned to the clerk's office's website for appointments. Do not reach out to Commissioner Sanders.
I'm done.
Okay. Anybody else? Hold on, you already went. Somebody, you gotta wait now. Anybody else over here? Commissioner Scott.
I just want to note that the opioid settlement steering committee has been meeting regularly. We had a meeting today. They have been doing some really fantastic outreach in the community. And I suggested today that maybe one of the things they would like to do is reach out to Commissioner Somerville and come to a working session to talk about some of the work that they have been doing and the reach out in the community and just so we are appraised of what that work is. I think a lot of people are wondering about that money. I have gotten several emails, I imagine my colleagues have too, about what the county is doing. And I think it might be helpful for the board to hear about the process the steering committee has been through. So I think they're doing great work and they're being very deliberative. And it is led by the Public Health Department. Yet another plug. Thank you.
That comes to an end at a certain point. Do you get the sense that it's getting closer to a end? She nods in the affirmative.
I nod in the affirmative, and they will bring recommendations to us.
Well, we will get them on for working session, I believe. Commissioner Somerville is nodding in the affirmative. Hold on, we gotta wait. You gotta wait for round two. Anybody that hasn't spoken yet, we'll go Commissioner Light and then Commissioner Robbie.
I would like to, this is not on any of the committees or boards that I liaison, but, and this is probably in your report, but on Saturday, we had the groundbreaking ceremony and celebration in Superior Township in Ypsi Township for the new Community and Recreation Center. And it was amazing. And the community showed up and showed out. And I'm gonna leave a little bit for the rest of the commissioners that were there that attended, but I just wanted to say it first.
Well, you snuck it in there first in liaison report. So I was going to talk about it during my report. I'll save it to the end. All right, great. Commissioner Beeman, did you have your hand up? No, Mashiesi? No, it was Robbie. Okay. You were doing something with your hand, but you're opening a water bottle. Go ahead, Commissioner Robbie.
You were just trying to find every possible excuse to not call on me, wasn't it?
You know how it is.
Quick report from the Parks Commission. I think that this will be music to Commissioner Labar's ears or Lysander's ears. But we have just, the board Parks Commission recently voted to enter into a contract to redesign elements of Pierce Lake Golf Course. They're going to be reducing the square footage of sand bunkers. So I don't know if that's something that's beneficial to golfers, but it seems like it might be. They're re-leveling some of the tees, fixing some drainage issues. So that plan is underway. Wanted to let you all know about that. And then another minor thing that I thought was kind of cool is the Parks Commission has recently trademarked the Border to Border Trail logo, as well as the Michigan Folk School name. And so those are now trademarks that the county owns. I was surprised that we didn't own them, but now we own them. So
that's cool.
Yeah.
Interesting. We probably need to trademark some more things.
I think so.
Yeah.
We talked about that, actually. We should start making sure that we, yeah.
I think we need a working group,
Uh-huh.
trademark working group. Okay, all right.
We should probably trademark the name.
They've
working
trademarked.
group.
There we go. We got to really do that.
Trademark working group.
All right, but I think Commissioner Somerville was up for round 2 and then Commissioner Sanders.
I just wanted to let everybody know this is somewhat a liaison report for my district. We have an event that the county sponsored. There's not really a place for this on the agenda. We have an event that the county sponsored this Saturday called Rumble of the Bumble. It's part of our Pollinator Festival. And it's most of the day from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. on Cross Street in Depot Town. There will be bumblebees wrestling in a life-size wrestling ring, and other community organizations and businesses are participating. So you should come. It's really great. And most importantly, I've been trying to make sure that organizations are sharing that we help sponsor events, but I also want to make sure that folks on the board know that we've sponsored an event and that you're all invited. Bring your family, and if you have young kids that want to get, there's going to be face painting and fun activities for kids. So if you don't have plans on Saturday, it's going to be a fun time. All right, that's all.
All right, back to the Lysanders duo, starting with Commissioner Sanders.
That's what you get. I just wanted to add 2 cents to Commissioner Light's comments, but not steal from, the chair's report and say that the groundbreaking was, I think, a tremendous success this past Saturday. And I'm over the moon that we have accomplished something that, what did somebody say? Haters are gonna hate. We accomplished something in spite of those who said that we would not be successful. The turnout, I think, from the community was, I won't say overwhelming, but doggone close. I really enjoyed it. And I think I enjoyed it even more because what we had that day was the groundbreaking, but we also had evidence of another project, the MSSI, all in the same thing. And it was very heartwarming to see that this board made those things happen in just less than 2 years. So I just want to say kudos to the board because it shows what happens when we really decide to work together.
That was beautiful. Commissioner Labar.
Yeah, to my East Side colleagues, congrats on it. That's a generation's worth of efforts. That's no small thing. Speaking of no small thing, this year is the 55th anniversary of the city of Ann Arbor and the city of Hakone, Japan, their sister city. And there is a celebration, I believe, in Commissioner Robbie or Commissioner Scott's district this coming Sunday and believe we are doing some sort of drink or food sponsorship of something under the auspices of the county, and just wanted to highlight that. I normally go in a professional capacity. I'll be out of town for a wedding, but Annie, I surely would have joined your Rumble and the Bumble thing if I'd been around. So I just wanted to flag that for folks, and I think it's over at the Ann Arbor Senior Center in Burns Park.
Thank you. Anybody else? Well, we might as well talk about the groundbreaking now, since everybody else is already talking about. Thank you. Couldn't help myself. It was a tremendous event. You said what? Yeah, I'll bring you both back because I know Commissioner Somerville will want to say something too. Was really moved by the outpouring of support and the number of people that attended the event, particularly with it being over Labor Day weekend. I think some of us were worried that there wasn't going to be a tremendous showing at it because people were going to be away for Labor Day, but that was not the case at all. It was extremely well attended. It wasn't just the groundbreaking. There was a lot of there was bounce house, there was games, there was like a transformer guy that was robot dancing with the kids. I got a picture with him and some kids. It was just a really remarkable event. And I think hopefully it sends the message that while this has been a project that's been talked about for the last couple of decades with starts and stops along the way, this is evidence that we're going to be the team that gets it done. It's also great evidence of what can be achieved when various levels of government work together. We were able to pull together the $30 million to make it happen because local governments, county governments, state and federal government work together to make it a reality. So government does care and can be effective when you have the right people in place. And I really want to thank staff, everybody on the administrative team and all county staff that were part of the event and making it a success. A lot of planning went into it, and I felt like it was a perfect event. So if you haven't seen pictures or video from it, look online. I believe it was covered by WEMU, and MLive has covered it too, I believe. So there's a lot of information out there about it, but really happy and thankful to all my colleagues here and to the team to be able to make it a reality. So now I know Commissioner Somerville and Scott are probably gonna want to say something too. Scott, go ahead. Commissioner Scott.
I went, it was fantastic. I can't go, let me just say, I want to be at the Bumblebee thing. But unfortunately, because of my job to be off during the week to go to a lot of county meetings, I end up having to work on weekends. And so I was thrilled that we knew far enough in advance about the rec center. And I used one of my R's request off days specifically so I could be there because I was very excited. I think there has been a lot of work that has gone into securing that location, finding the right place, getting community involvement. It was really an incredible event. The number of people there, I know Commissioner Sanders said maybe it was just short of phenomenal, but I thought it was pretty amazing. People just kept coming. And the whole thing was so well organized. The bounce house that wasn't like it was like a maze or something. I don't know how those kids went in there. It was hot, but they did it. They went in there. The music that was there, the mobile supports initiative, thank God with the air conditioning, you could go in and take a break with the food, the way everything was set up. And I also just think that, yes, there has been a lot of will from people sitting at this table and people who were before us to see us to that point. But I also want to note that the day itself was impeccably planned. And I want to give a big shout out to staff, to Chris Campbell and to the people who worked with her on getting that event going. I know that it must have been an incredible feat of organization, and it showed. It was really, I just felt so good that day for the rest of the day about it. And like, I couldn't help but like tell her, my friends were annoyed with me and I was leaving work on Friday night because I kept wanting to tell all the night shift nurses about the groundbreaking on Saturday. They were like, come on, Katie, like, let's go. But I was so excited about it. I'm still excited. I'm excited to see where we're going to go from here. And I just want to also hat tip to my colleagues on this board for working so hard to make it happen, and to Commissioner Somerville for helping us earmark some of that money from the state with Senator Irwin and Representative Jimmy Wilson, and also to our representative in Congress, Debbie Dingle, who also helped us get considerable funds as well. So thank you, everyone. It was great. I want to go see the bees.
And shout out to facility staff specifically too. A lot of work on their part and a lot of more work for them. Yes, applaud. More to be done too. Thank you. All right. Anybody else want to say anything? You wanna say something? No. I'm compelling the administrator to say something.
So I too wanted to thank facilities, but also Chris Campbell. Listen, let me tell you guys, when I say she was in my office every single day for months, you know, really talking about the planning around this, it was a wonderful day. It was great to see county government in action. Kudos to our community partners who came in and supported that day. It was just a feel-good day all around. And I will echo what you said, Commissioner Scott. It was an amazing day. So thank you. That will conclude my report because I was going to cover it under my report.
I know. See, Commissioner Light did this, sneaking in there, getting in there. Oh, she wanted to do it first. She got it. All right. Oh, Commissioner Robbie, go ahead.
I just wanted to join in. My mic isn't working. I think that
It's
was,
on now.
was
It's on.
rigged.
It's rigged. Sabotage.
Sabotage. I just wanted to layer on some praise here. I was not able to be at the event. My apologies to everyone. I had a family engagement that I needed to attend that day. But I want to start by thanking Crystal for her thoughtfulness in all of this and in, you know, communicating with us and the administrator and the community. You are a phenomenal asset to this county and you do good work for the people of our community. And I want to thank you for all the tireless work that you put in. I'm sure you're relieved that it's over. But I also want to highlight that Crystal's work does not end with this event. And she certainly has had a deep role in this whole process. And I want to thank her and the administrator and everybody else involved behind the scenes in helping to get us to where we are at with this project and all the people, of course, that Commissioner Scott mentioned as well. I think we have, and really what I wanted to say in speaking here today is I hope that everybody hears clearly from this board that this project is a priority for all of us. We want to get this done. And I think what you said, Chair, this is the board to do it. We are going to do this. We're going to get it done. And that is, it's a phenomenal thing. Being able to put so much money on the table, that structural commitment that we as a board made to make this happen. There is a lot that we've already done to get us to this point. And, you know, I've been doing what I can in my capacity on the Parks Commission as well. I do want to emphasize to all of us, though, that and this kind of blends into a report, we have a lot of work to do, you know, that is left down the road, and it's not just from a monetary perspective, although I think money will be potentially an issue moving forward. So I think we have to be ready to potentially put more money into this and think of creative ways to help make this a reality. Because, you know, $30 million of upfront money to help build the project is really good. And we're going to need money to support the project in perpetuity. So there's been a lot of discussions going on and we got to keep those discussions going. We have a lot of good support, but we're not, you know, we still got a little ways to go to make this happen, to get that building up and to get it operational. But as the chair said, this is the group to do it. We're going to get it done. I'm very excited. And I think we have a really good team of people that is behind helping to make this happen. Something that Commissioner Somerville and I have talked about as well. And again, this blends into that Parks report. This should not be the end all be all of investments that the county makes on the east side of the county. We need more parks presence on the east side of the county. This is something that I've said at Parks Commission many times. I will continue to advocate for it. We need more, even if it's a small scale park, a pocket park, you know, places where people can recreate on the east side of the county that go beyond the existing presence, which is very minimal, unfortunately. So we've got a lot of work to do. Very proud of the work that's already been done. I thank everybody involved and everybody that was able to go to help celebrate this day. It is monumental, and I'm appreciative to all of you for the role that you've all played in the process.
Thank you, Commissioner Robbie. I want to thank you and Commissioner Scott for your advocacy on the Parks Commission. It's great to have both of you there advocating so vigorously for more parks and more resources to the eastern part of the county. It's a good team. It's good teamwork. This is a feel-good board meeting. I like it. Okay. Anybody else got anything?
I do just want to say, because this is important, I want to say one more thing, which is I thank you for saying that. And I think, I don't want to speak for Commissioner Scott, but what I know to be true is that my district is well served by the county parks. We have a great facility, Mary Lou Murray Rec Center. And I am appreciative to boards prior who made that investment in my community to help make sure that my residents had a place to recreate. And it is my personal mission to make sure that that there is not an inequity in our county where my community is getting served and the east side of the county is not. And so we need to solve that inequity as soon as we can. And again, it goes beyond just a rec center. We have really good resources in my community, and we want to make sure that we're advocating for everybody in our county to have those same resources. So.
See, other counties need to see our board meeting to see how well the commissioners work together here. Like, this is a good group.
Wait till we get to our first item.
Yeah. Well, I know, right? I'm about to say now on to business, and we're not going to get along anymore. All right. Anybody else have anything before I move us out of this phase of the meeting? We're moving away from it. All right, on to business. So we have no special orders of business, but we do have one set of appointments. I look for somebody to move the resolution appointing members to the Materials Management Planning Committee. Anybody want to move that? All right, is there a second? Any discussion on this one? But before I'll call on Commissioner Robbie in just a second. Before we do that, I want to point out that this is not a full appointment to all of the positions, so we will still be appointing additional members in the future. Go ahead, Commissioner Robbie, what you got?
Thank you. So I know that this is a really important committee that we're appointing, and I know that there's been a lot of concern about the potential of what this committee can do in terms of various waste management facilities in our community. And I am sensitive to that. And I note in particular, I have very little issue with most of the appointments that are listed here in terms of the individuals that we're appointing. I do have some questions and some concerns. I will start with a couple of questions. The first is, and as a side note, I think it would be helpful to have in our board packet the list of resumes of the people that apply. These are your recommendations, right, Chair?
Well, so we have Harry here. So yeah, I've talked to the Water Resource Commissioner's office about these recommendations.
Okay.
So yeah.
And so Todd Bukowski is listed as PTIS. What is PTIS? I tried looking it up and I couldn't find anything. And thank you for being here, Harry. I appreciate it.
You betcha.
I know that Theo's the one that manages this mostly, but I appreciate that you're here to stand in.
I am pitch hitting for Theo. It's still vacation season, so he couldn't be here. So PTIS, I did Google it, and it is a consulting services for packaging. So they provide consulting services for bulk packaging.
Okay. Is it a company then that's based in Washtenaw County, or is it?
St. Ann Arbor, yeah.
Okay.
It's up, yeah.
Okay. Okay, that was my question. My concern, and I get the parameters that you maybe had to work with here, but the two corporate representatives that would serve on this body, one represents the landfill, the other one represents waste management. Why did we select these individuals representing their selective corporate interests to be on this public body?
The personnel themselves, or the sector that they represent?
Well, I assume, and maybe I'm going to talk myself into a corner here, but I assume that the solid waste disposal facility operator, there aren't very many options for that in the county. And so we had to pick somebody from the landfill because that's the only landfill that operates in the county. Is that right? Okay. So a solid waste disposal facility would not include, I know we have Recycle Ann Arbor in here, but like the drop-off station, would that not be a solid waste disposal facility operator? The reason I'm asking these questions, I'll just cut to the chase. I don't like that we're putting somebody from the landfill on this.
Yeah, I think that would be a waste diversion, reuse, and reduction facility operator, which is one of the current vacancies in this. So these are prescribed by PA 115, that the categories in the position column, those are prescribed.
In terms of the like a waste disposal facility, does that have to be a landfill or can it be a recycling facility? Like would Worma count?
I think they could count, but that sounds like waste diversion, reuse, or reduction facility operator.
Okay. In terms of the hauler, that doesn't have to be, waste management is not the only hauler.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. I don't want to keep torturing you, so you can sit down. You're good. I do have a question for Corp Counsel, though. I do have the ability to vote yes on some appointments and no on others, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I would offer too that we do have a little bit of time in the schedule. We have 180 days from the notice of intent, which I believe was in July, but we also have a 3-year clock ticking on providing the plan. So we're trying to get this kicked off. If you would like to have further discussions before final vote, we need to come back with 2 appointments anyway. So if that is the desire, if there are some questions that you have, feedback, or more direct dialogue you want to have with Theo, that would be fine too.
Okay, thank you. If my colleagues are all prepared to support the 2 representatives that would represent corporate interests on this body, that's fine. I'll probably vote no on their appointment, but I'm not trying to stop the process from moving forward here.
Do you have another suggestion? I mean, they have to bring other ones back anyway. So
I know that there's other haulers in the community that are public haulers of various kinds, recycling haulers, different representatives that could fill these seats, at least the hauling seat. I don't know. I would like clarity on the disposal facility operator, if that could include non-landfill facilities. I just don't necessarily, I have heartburn about putting somebody from the landfill on this committee. So those are the only 2 that I have problems with. I'm fine with the Recycle Ann Arbor representative. The other seats are all fine. Commissioner Maciejewski, I would support in a heartbeat. No issues with, any of the other people. I don't know Todd or the company that he represents, but it's really the first 2 that I have a problem with.
Harry, if we were to appoint everyone else besides those 2, how much of a challenge would that create at this point?
You have to have a minimum of 10. So that's what we have on the slate today. So that would not get us to the number that we need. We need to come back anyway.
So you wouldn't be able to do a meeting? Or do you intend to have a meeting before you come back with the additional people for the vacancy?
If we had 10, we could get started, yeah.
But would you you could, but would you get started?
Yes, we would get started right away. We're kind of, it's the concern of having too much time. We have already eaten through close to a year since the act has been passed. So, I will say that outreach has been done. It's a 5-year commitment. It's a substantial commitment, essentially monthly meetings for 2 years until the plan is completed. We tried to get other applicants. This is who we had.
Does anybody, Commissioner Maciejewski.
Thank you. This process has been discussed regularly at the Board of Public Works as well. And I know that Theo has done a lot of outreach to try and just get applicants.
Yeah.
And he's reported regularly on that at the Board of Public Works. So it is somewhat difficult for somebody to make a 5-year commitment to this particular type of plan. There's a lot of work involved in it. And, I know it took extensive outreach to get the applicants that we have.
Okay. Commissioner, anybody else before? Anybody that's already spoken? Anybody? Yeah. Commissioner Robbie, go ahead.
I guess so. I mean, I'll just vote the way I'm going to vote. But with these 2 other positions, I would hope that we could find somebody representing the public to serve in those capacities. I think would be easy to find somebody in both that could do that. And with a public employee, it's, somebody that could potentially be around for a longer time.
Yeah.
In your job.
Okay. Any other discussion on this, friends? All right, let's do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar, Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
So I'm going to vote no on David Siegert and Paul Mazanek, and yes on the rest.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
and Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
All right, appointments passed. Thank you for
Oh, and
everyone.
Commissioner Beaman.
Oh, no, we
Sorry.
skipped
Yes.
Beaman.
Got
I was
you.
just eager to bang the gavel. I'm sorry. Wait, Commissioner Beaman, did you say? Yes, okay, Commissioner. All right, appointments passed. Thank you to everyone for agreeing to this very long time commitment in serving Washtenaw County. And thank you, Commissioner Machieski, for taking this on. I know that you've been very excited for materials management. We talked about it quite a bit. Hooray. Okay, I would look for somebody to move the consent agenda. Okay, anybody want to pull any of these for separate consideration? I would just add that there's no spicy communications here, but I will add that in the communications we did receive, I mentioned this at our last meeting, that the Board of Health had passed a resolution urging us to do much of what was shared during public comment here. So I'll just highlight a few pieces about that. It's largely talking about us asking us to find a way to continue funding the Healthy Neighborhoods team. So just to talk about a few of the items from the Healthy Neighborhoods team, so far they've worked with over 370 households, which is more than 1,000 individuals. More than 3/4 of them live in 48197, 48198, or were experiencing homelessness. And their team has worked to help provide food access, prevent evictions, and help solve problems with the Department of Health and Human Services, prevent and address chronic health conditions, and assist with accessing and scheduling primary and specialty care, and much more. Those dollars were also used to hire a number of community health workers and health educators. So you can read all that in the resolution. But again, it's asking us to find a way to address the challenges related to funding the maintenance of effort. And that is the key item that's in the communication. Some of the other items are good too. But I just wanted to highlight that one because we had so many people come to give public comment related to it, and we'll be talking about the health department later in the meeting here. And I see your hand, Commissioner Scott.
That's me. Thank you, Chair. That particular, I don't know, it's on page 36. Like if we had a book packet, check it out in your packets. I know Commissioner Sanders, you said like, what would be a wish list? I don't want to speak for the public health department, but here is something I talked about in the August meeting, the work that these community health workers were doing. I don't know that the resolution that we have in here even talks about the work that they have done they did actual work in helping to prevent evictions with people in the community. This is an amazing program. This is one of the things I most do not want to see fall off of our ARPA cliff. It was really fantastic. So here is part of what increasing the MO, as Commissioner Hodge and I have started to call it, the maintenance of effort, the MO. Here's one of the things that could happen. So nothing spicy from counties like Ottawa, but fun things from our own.
Yeah, this is one of those items I hear a lot about from my constituents, that it's been particularly helpful, since those are two of my zip codes there. Anybody else for any of the other items in the consent agenda? All right, well, this is a voice vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Nope. All right, pass the consent agenda. Moving on now to resolutions. I'd look for somebody to move the first reading resolutions. Commissioner Scott, quick on the draw.
Thank you, Commissioner Hodge. The resolutions are first reading. A resolution approving the Washtenaw County Community Mental Health 2024-25 annual operating budget in the amount of $131,599,982 for the period of October 1st, 2024 through September 30th, 2025 from Community Mental Health. B, a resolution allocating the budgeted housing and homelessness general fund allocation for the 2024-2025 Continuum of Care Winter Shelter Task Force recommendation from administration. C, a resolution authorizing the county administrator's signature on the Washtenaw County Health Department's comprehensive agreement for the period October 1, 2024 through September 30th, 2025 from the Washtenaw County Health Department. D, a resolution ratifying the grant application for the Legal Self-Help Center from the District Court. E, a resolution ratifying the grant application for the Michigan Drug Court Grant Program Operational and Planning Programs Grant from the District Court. F, a resolution creating 1 FTE permit technician and 1 FTE inspector positions from the building inspection. And that would conclude the first readings.
Is there a second? All right, anybody want to pull any of these for separate consideration? B from Commissioner Robbie.
B.
Any others, friends? No, just B? Okay. I had a feeling you were gonna pull B. Said it.
We pulled both Bs? Oh, we just did.
We just
We just did single reading. Just hold your horse. We're gonna get there.
All right, yeah, just
Okay,
B.
just B. Any others from anybody else? Is that a hand?
Yeah, C.
C from Commissioner Scott. Right? B and C, any others? Seeing none. All right, we will proceed with discussion on all the other ones besides B and C. Any questions, discussion items, friends? Or this is first reading here? Yep.
Chair, forgive me. I heard you just say single reading and now just first reading. I just want to make sure.
Sorry, I I must have misspoke. These are all first reading items.
Okay,
All, yeah, so we're talking about all the first reading items besides B and C at this point. Any questions or discussion on any of them? Yeah.
Just briefly wanted to thank the folks at CMH again for the presentation in the budget.
All right. Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. I had a series of questions actually for CMH on the budget. So.
They're coming down to the podium.
Oh, great. Okay.
I'm surprised you didn't pull this one. That seemed like the one.
Yeah, I didn't want to pull it. I think I'm probably going to vote yes on it. I just had some questions.
Okay.
So no pressure. Okay, let me get myself situated here. I'm pulling it back up. So my first question is about on your budget. Let's see, in the resolution on page 3, you list your different revenues, and under local revenue, it's listed as 808,000. But then in the resolution above and in the rest of the budget, it lists the county's contribution at 1.75 million. Can you explain that one to me?
Oh, so you referenced the last page.
Right.
So the county's 1.7 actually comes into us as what's called the transfer in. The
Oh, I see.
local
Okay.
revenue for CMH is just kind of a good example of that would be if I collect a few dollars from Blue Cross Blue Shield
Okay.
for, maybe somebody has a benefit, they pay me a few dollars. I can count that as local.
Okay.
It's kind of a little shell game we can play with those funds.
Okay.
But yeah, that's the difference.
All right, sounds good. That makes sense. In terms of the millage, where does that fit on this budget?
So the millage actually, you approve as the board in the county, I don't know what the proper term, reaffirmation process. So the county's budget process from year to year. So the technical approval of that happens with you on the calendar year. So for us at CMH, what we're doing is through our millage committee and the WCMH board, we are monitoring the budget. So I do a proposed budget, a plan there. We monitor the budget, but the actual fund, the approval of those funds happens here on a calendar year. Does that help?
So we're not approving the millage budget tonight. We're just approving everything else that's not the millage.
So, yep, what I've prepared in our, in the budget book that's attached to the resolution.
It's all
is
in there.
Essentially our plan. So we are planning for our fiscal year 25 with the millage.
And through that, so the third question I had was actually relating to that. And relating to the planned use of fund balance that you have within the millage, I see that you're increasing your millage-based expenditures from 7 million up to 10 million for 25, it looks like. And persisting with the planned use of fund balance through, I think it was 27. I'm trying to find the page, but is that, I wonder, and anytime, you know, there's a planned use of fund balance that seems sustained, how sustainable it is. Can you talk to me about that at all?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So right now, the CMH Millage Fund has a fund balance of $9 million. We're kind of at this awkward point where we need to basically know whether or not the millage is going to be reauthorized. So we're kind of at a point where we'd like to move forward with planning for fiscal year 25, assuming that there's reauthorization. If that happens, we'd like to take approximately $6 to $7 million of that fund balance and look to push that out to mostly community partners. There's some internal needs that we have as well, but we have an RFP process planned for that, assuming reauthorization. And then if the reauthorization does not happen, really we want to use that fund balance then to look at sunsetting, you know, the programs that we've created and the services that we're providing. So it's not structural dollars that 2 million and some per year, but we do have, you know, a list of people looking to reply to the RFP and address some needs in the community. So
it's basically one-time expenditures that you're doing for 3 years. You're not budgeting for $2 million moving forward. You're just basically using it as a stimulus to close some gaps for the next 3 years.
Well, but I think that that's also depending a lot, if you see what's happened in our budget of the last 10 years, you know, a lot has changed. And for example, prior, when the millage was first being utilized and we had the funding, we did not have CCBHC. So we paid for almost all of our expansion services internally at CMH, our CARES team, out of millage funding. But we've now been able to secure through the state another form of Medicaid, CCBHC, which is now freed up some of those millage dollars for other things. So I wouldn't just necessarily hang it up of like, okay, we're done. There's not sustainable, because we're always looking for opportunities to sustain what we have using other dollars. So, and that's been something we've been very committed to, and also doing blended funding with other community partners. So I wouldn't just say it's, you know, everything's done, it's finite, because there might be some things that we sunset that have been happening in the first 7 years of the millage or 6 years of the millage. So, you know, I think that is a work in progress.
So it's one time, but it may be sustainable into the future if other funding sources are identified.
Correct.
Thank you. And then thanks for putting a detailed millage budget together for us. It was nice to be able to look through that and see, you know, each of the different line items that you're, you know, planning to spend money on in terms of the plan that you've put together. So thank you for presenting that to us now. Could you talk a little bit about the county deficit reduction program? It looks like, just trying to understand this page a little bit better.
Sure.
I know that you've already made several payments to the county, and basically it says due to Washtenaw County as of 8/5/2024. So does that mean that you recently made a $5.5 million payment or planning on?
sorry, that's really what's still outstanding from.
As of that date?
Right.
Okay.
So we're actually made a lot of progress with the state in closing out that last $5.5 million. We are anticipating over the next couple months to be able to receive that. So there's a difference in what's owed essentially to close those years of 18, 19, like what the total deficit was, and then what we still need to repay the county for using the use of general fund to cover that. So that's roughly 2 million and some change. But yes, the state still owes their share at about $5.5 million. So does that help?
Mm-hmm. And do we have an anticipated timeline on that, or?
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
we've been saying that.
Right. You do not hold us to it, but just in this last week, there has been some activity at the PHP because they had to close out fiscal year 22. I mean, they had to continue to close them out, and they did come to an agreement on fiscal year 22, which was the last kind of holdout. And so there is some exchange of cash happening. So we are hopeful that it is in the next 30 to 60 days, but we're never quite sure with MDHHS.
Fair. Okay, thank you. Let's see. Next question I had was around the group home leases.
Yeah.
On page
Are you referencing the list?
53.
list
Yeah, the
of
list
leases we
of
have? Okay.
expenditures. Can you just like explain what that is? Just I want to understand that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's actually good timing too. We're in the process of, so out of all the group homes that we operate, that is paid for with our Medicaid dollars, we being the county, owns about half of those, and the other half we lease. So we've had the same landlords, most of them for my time here. A lot of them are kind of aging out of the business. And so we actually have an opportunity to purchase 2 of those homes coming up soon, which from a budgetary standpoint is amazing because we all know imagine what they're holding us to, right, for a 6-bedroom group home when you look at rental prices in Washtenaw County. So that's going to be a unique opportunity. I'm sure that will come here at some point. But we have, probably, don't quote me, but 10 to 12 particular homes that are on lease right now. And so generally we maintain, we have a maintenance contractor that we work with, HRO maintenance, and they help us with maintaining all of our group homes and making sure everything is up to par and taken care of. But yeah, that's just our list of leases that we have on an annual basis.
Thank you. And you kind of answered my question, and grateful that you anticipated that. But basically, I'm very pleased to hear that we're considering purchasing some of these homes. That's wonderful news. I'm very supportive of that. I look forward to that coming before us and reducing the number of leases that we have and increasing our ownership footprint. So very good. One last question is on positions. Just want to make sure I understand all the changes that you're proposing.
Okay.
So it looks like you're creating several union positions. You're creating, I think, 1 or 2 non-union positions, and then you're sort of upgrading several of the, let's see, psychiatrist positions maybe?
Yep. So I do have a couple billing and claims processor positions that I'm upgrading in the budget. That was just a reevaluation of their job description and an upgrade. And then I'm assuming you wanted me to speak to this. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's great.
Okay. And then, so for the psychiatrists, to give everyone kind of a lay of the land to start. So Washtenaw CMH is definitely one of the only ones in our region. I wouldn't be surprised if it was statewide that employs on staff psychiatrists. Most of them have contractors that they employ as psychiatrists for upwards of $400 to $500 an hour. We are very, very lucky here in Washtenaw County that we have Dr. Timothy Florence on staff, our medical director. He, besides his just wealth of knowledge and years of experience, also is very, very good at wooing potential psychiatrists coming through our residency programs, just from basically all the places that he's out and about. So it takes us probably 2 years to be able to recruit a new psychiatrist. It's definitely not a position that I can, post on the county website and expect to get any applicants for. I think a recruiter would probably laugh at me if I tried to pay them to recruit our staff at our psychiatrist's salary. It would be impossible. So this is a process of, that takes several years to get somebody on staff here. And I feel like it's very important that we have those psychiatrists on staff at CMH. They are part of the treatment team. They're there, you can see them. It's not somebody, doing telehealth from California. So what Dr. Florence and I have been doing is, trying to come up with a way to be more marketable. The psychiatrist did reply to the county's JAQ process, which is like the old PDQ process, if you know. Filled that out, and we were able to kind of evaluate their job duties, make some updates to the job descriptions. And we worked with HR to get a recommendation on what that new classification should look like for them. So that really we're responding to our need, to get that reclassified, but also the prescribers ask to be reevaluated.
Along those lines, just to add context, could you speak to the shortage of psychiatrists just more broadly and why it's so challenging for us to fill those positions?
Yeah, I wish Dr. Florence could be here. He's unfortunately not, but do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I mean, there's a well-known shortage of psychiatry everywhere. It's not of all the MDs, it's not one of the highest paid, so not a whole bunch of people are going into it. Just like a lot of individuals are not going into behavioral health services, period, but certainly at the psychiatry level. So that's why all of our neighboring colleagues are using contract psychiatrists, locum tenens, which are really expensive, et cetera. So we are really fortunate here. But we would like to have some actual FTEs and not just kind of temp patch meal staff.
And I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood this. I am grateful that we have on-staff psychiatrists as well. That's awesome to hear. I knew that was the case. I did not know that it was so unique compared to other counties. I think that's a really good model that we have. But what you just said, Trish, made me think more. Are you saying that currently our staff, were you saying the patchwork is what other counties do, or were you saying that's what we do now and we're trying to classify people so that they're more permanent?
We would like to be able to have more permanent because we do have some FTEs, but lately in the last, I don't think we've been able to hire an actual FTE. The last time was 5 years ago. We've been able to recruit some psychiatrists to give us a day a week as a temp.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Not as a contract staff, but as a temp. And really, again, that's because Dr. Florence can just convince people that we are doing such phenomenal work at CMH that they should come and do it for 2 days a week.
And so what's basically being proposed with the reclassification, we're creating higher paid positions. And we think that's going to attract more
actual
full-time.
Yes, actual FTEs.
Okay. What is the general difference in pay between what we have and what we're proposing?
So I do know that, HR did some work on the particular topic. What I've seen and what Dr. Florence have seen is out of residency, $300,000 salary, not to mention fringes, paying off loans, relocation costs, et cetera, et cetera. What I'm proposing caps out at $300,000. So the unique thing about CMH is, yes, it's always going to take some wooing from Dr. Florence, but really it just comes down to the type of work that they're doing. I don't think anybody can particularly be in that type of work for the money. So, I mean,
where are we at now?
I'm trying to find a.
Yeah, that makes sense. Where are we at now compared to that? Like, it's going to go up with this new proposal to 300. Where are we at now? I know we've always paid. Whenever MLive used to do their salary report, it was always the psychiatrist.
Oh, the doctors making all the money.
Yeah.
Yep, I remember.
But so I know we've always done this,
Yeah.
but just where were we before and where?
I don't remember where those particular grades top out at. I don't know if anybody has that handy. Grades 136 and 137. But I think it probably increases that range. I would assume about $40,000.
Okay. All right, thank you. No further questions, Chair. Appreciate both of your time.
Thank you.
Probably the other context for that too is if those same doctors were in private practice, they would make at least double that. They are both nodding in the affirmative. All right, thank you. Commissioner LeBar, go ahead.
I just wanted to highlight that psychiatrist point, and I'm glad Commissioner Robbie brought it up. Some of our internet warrior critics are quick to bring up the relative hiring of psychiatrists pre-millage and post-implementation. And it's at best ignorance, at worst intentional deception. And it's a field that we are not big enough to shape the market. So we're doing what we can. And so I appreciate the staff here, the work they put in, and just want to vouch for Dr. Florence too, because I think there are a number of instances where, because he's a decent human being, some things have been enabled that aren't there just by default. So I'll stop with my praise, but just wanted to note that, Chair. Thanks.
This might be my favorite comment of the night. I mean, that was great. All right, anybody else? Specifically on CMH for now, but yeah, Commissioner Maciejewski.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to revisit the fund balance point that Commissioner Robbie was talking about. The fund balance that you have, to me, appears to be kind of what MDHHS recommends, around 7%. Is that accurate?
So let's clarify which fund balance you're talking about. Are you talking about the millage fund balance or the
No,
CMH fund
Medicaid.
balance? So the CMH fund balance, right now, we're at around $4 million. The thing with our fund balance is technically we're not supposed to cover Medicaid with that. What we are doing with that fund balance now is helping with our CCBHC efforts and expansion to cover essentially the non-Medicaid folks that we're providing services to. So there's kind of a little shell game that happens with CCBHC funding. I get to keep some of the unspent Medicaid and H&P that we earn. That then turns into local, which I stick in my fund balance, and I use the following year to cover the non-Medicaid folks. So that's just kind of the way the CCBHC funding works. So, you know, when we started this, our fund balance was around 2.8 million. Definitely not sufficient, even to cover our local needs and then, yeah, any non-Medicaid needs that we have. So we kind of feel a little shocked to have $4 million fund balance at this point. But yeah, I mean, that's something that I generally would feel much more comfortable being in, you know, around $5 million just to have the flexibility to meet those non-Medicaid needs from year to year.
All right. I find it interesting they don't allow you to have more, to simply go with the ebbs and flows of the Medicaid dollars that are coming in and out. But
And so I think you're speaking more to the PHP's risk reserve.
Okay.
Yeah, so they are capped out.
Okay.
So they can keep 7.5% essentially of their Medicaid revenue total.
Okay.
There's also a lot of kind of contractual hubbub going on right now at the state level about like language interpretation. So that's something that I think we need to kind of follow and track. We've always been under the assumption that it's just $7.5 million for that particular year, or 7.5% for that particular year. The language reads as if we can put in up to 7.5 million every year. So that risk reserve could be substantially higher and be much more beneficial, obviously, for the ebbs and flows.
But where it's sitting now, you feel comfortable with?
It's capped out at
Yeah.
the PHP level. It's
PHP
capped
level.
out at the 7.5%. So
I think it's interesting to note that, you know, in the documents that were in the packet, it's a $131 million budget, but 80 million of that is contracted direct service. Yeah. Which is going out to a vendor network, right, that you are managing and overseeing. You know, it's a significant point to remember. This is not just CMH county staff. This is a vast vendor network that you're utilizing of experts in the field. Which leads me to a couple of things that are coming up potentially in the next year. And I'm curious if these have been factored into your budget. Are you impacted by the private duty nursing increase of 25% that's coming in October?
Not substantially.
yeah, we don't do a lot of PDN. We do have a few cases. So that's something that we have to take into consideration. But that's not something that we've historically had a lot of service provided with private duty nursing.
Okay. And has the capitative rate that they've given you for fiscal year 25 factored in the potential and likely increase in the minimum wage? Does that affect the vendor network that you deal with?
We don't have our rates yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then they're
So
fat.
we don't, but I think if you are looking at some of the vulnerabilities, I think it's a really important thing to ask about, because right now, yes, our Region 6, we are doing, I'm afraid to just knock on wood, even say it out loud, we're doing well. We're doing, our ISF is completely full, to the 7.5%. We've actually maximized how much carry forward we have, and that's all Medicaid. However, and we're doing both our own local fund balance and, we're doing really well. What we're seeing in other regions in the state is that 6 of the 10 PHPs are projected to come into deficit this year. And so, and what everyone is pointing to is the Medicaid enrollees have dropped ever since the public health emergency and the winding down and all that business. What we're also seeing, and for the commissioners that were around in fiscal year 18 and 19, one of the other revenue deficits that we experienced then was a lot of individuals who enrolled in the DAB program, disabled, aged, and blind, which is a much higher per member per month rate. Those individuals, while they're getting re-enrolled at their annual redetermination, were slipping into, or they're migrating, is what the term that the state used, onto HMP, which is a very low reimbursement rate. Right now, in the urgency to get people on Medicaid, there's a lot of incentives for DHS workers to just get them on Medicaid, and a DHS worker doesn't necessarily is not all that interested or care of which Medicaid program they get in. And so what we're seeing is, once again, a lot of our, high cost, high need, high level of supports to be maintained in the community, individuals are getting enrolled in the lowest levels of Medicaid. So that is something that for all of you, just to keep in mind, because at some point, right now we're going through our association, we are going through, I just spoke with Dwayne from GCSI, that this might be something that we might have to get the advocacy engine revved back up, because it's exactly kind of what we're seeing happen in 18 and 19. And it takes a lot of jumping up and down and screaming before anybody does anything about it. So just, keep that in mind, because, it's not such a rosy picture in some other these regions. So I think that, we're being very cautious in how we expand and what we expand, and certainly taking every opportunity to find new revenue sources. And I think, Commissioner Ravi and Commissioner Labar, I was thinking a lot about you today, because this does mark it was a decade ago that Nicole and I came here and presented the very first Washtenaw County Community Mental Health as an agency of the county budget. And it was just north of $70 million. And here with the millage, you are looking at, just shy of 140 million. So, and I'm going to say that it wasn't by accident, it was strategic. We've been working really hard to get to where we are to expand services in Washtenaw County. And so it sounds like you guys read the budget book, which thank you, because we put a lot of work into it this year. But yeah, no, so it could be very, you never know, things come and go, and it's difficult, but right now we're looking good. And I think we're feeling pretty good about what we've achieved in this last decade.
Chair, I would just add that operating a capitated system like this with the risk involved is no easy task. I commend you for everything that your team has done for growing the program and expanding it, and the workers who are every day impacting lives here in the county. So very much appreciate your work on these behavioral health services. So thank you for that. And I hope people go in and take a look at the needs assessment and all the information in the package. There's a lot of good things that you're doing, and a lot of great information. So thank you for putting that together.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else on CMH specifically? All right, Commissioner Light.
Thank you all. I really appreciate it and appreciate what you do. I just wanted to ask a question, because I just kind of really didn't know with the CCHB, right?
CCBHC?
Yes. For individuals that do not have Medicaid or that are non-insured, would that be individuals that are out of county as well? And are we contracted some kind of way to assist those individuals? And I want to assist all that we can. Trying to say this, but is it a way that we could service the individuals that have, that are eligible for our services or that have the Medicaid, and we provide resources, or for the individuals in different counties or have private insurance, that we could help them to get assistance with the insurance or in their county?
Yeah, so the model, which is a national model, part of Senator Sabanow's, signature legislation that she passed. In that model, you really can't turn anyone down at the front door.
Right.
That being said, if we find someone in a moment of crisis here in Washtenaw County, of course, we'll resolve the crisis, but we always do everything we can to get them to their home county, to where they are. So, yes, we do. We are obligated to actually, for CCBHC to serve individuals who are not Washington County residents. But it is typically very short term. They either become a resident here in Washtenaw County, or we help them get back to where they are. For example, we have a lot of students in Washtenaw County. So yes.
And then do you think that, and this is just a wonder, if we were able to decrease the number of individuals that are non-insured or non-county, that it would decrease our caseloads so that our social workers and workers are able to maintain a little and just not be overworked? Would that help? Or do you think it's just going to, it just is what it is?
I mean, having individuals get on Medicaid helps, because then there is that Medicaid revenue source. But again, with CCBHC, we really can't even turn anyone down. So, really, I think the caseloads, what we really have been we've been doing very, a lot of work on is trying to resolve or make gains in the workforce shortage issue. I think we are at close to almost 400 positions at CMH, where especially, with 18 and all of that, we're down around 300. So it's been difficult because yes, we're serving more people and caseloads are going up, and it's been challenging. I mean, right now, again, I dare to not even say it out loud, but we are making some gains. The last report we looked at, our caseloads are dropping down to places where, numbers that they haven't been in 3 years or so. So really, for me, it's more so we need to continue to be able to retain, recruit and retain staff to meet the true demand that's out there.
Okay. Let me know how I can help.
Anybody else for questions related to CMH? All right, well, thank you so much for the presentation and for highlighting the 10-year difference that was made. 10 years ago, I was working for the CMH in Ingham, Eden, Clinton. So interesting. Commissioner Scott has informed me she no longer wants to pull the health department item. So unless anyone else wanted to pull it, we will be considering it with this batch of resolutions. You're still going to talk about it. You're still going to talk, but don't worry about that. Are you trying to pull it?
No, I just.
You gonna wave at me? You waving? Hey, all right, how you doing? Good. Okay. All right. So that item is no longer pulled. So I guess we can move on to that one next. It's health department time. Come on down, team. I'm gonna let Commissioner Scott go first. Sorry, Commissioner Robbie. She had pulled it. Well, you can be second.
Well, thank you, Chair. I don't actually have questions per se. As a member of the Board of Public Health and having this be something that is near and dear to my heart, it is more of a question for this body. I know that we have talked about where you're going to be with maintenance of effort and talking about things. I don't know if I need to amend the resolution or just have a conversation here at the table. But I would like an assurance of some kind that the admin or leaders.
Zoom, I think.
Yeah, so you might have noticed that none of us are Jimena Lovelock.
What?
And she's on vacation, but she's calling in.
So she's trying, and I were blending. I wanted some type of assurance that we could have a proposal back to this board table by the latest, by the first meeting of October, with a proposal to increase the MO along with funding sources and an assurance that that would be done in conjunction with the Board of Health leadership. I'm trying to look at too many people at once and not look at myself ever in that screen. I hate looking at myself in that screen. So.
Yes and yes.
Yes?
Yes to everything you said.
Okay.
I'll second your motion.
Okay. I mean, can I make a motion formally so we've like got it in policy? Okay. All right.
I'll support it if you make it.
But if you're doing that, where are we at procedurally?
We're right where we are.
Yeah, but if you're trying to make a motion, do some other thing now.
I'm making a motion to amend the resolution.
Oh, okay. Theirs.
Yeah, the resolution coming
Maybe we
to
should
us.
pull, maybe we should pull it then.
I don't think we need to pull it.
We pull it.
I'm just amending the resolution. And if we vote yes on the amendment for the resolution, then we
All right.
just vote.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
So my amendment is that admin comes back to the Board of Commissioners with a proposal to increase the maintenance of effort at the latest by the first meeting of October, along with funding sources, and that leadership of the Washtenaw County Department of Public Health is included in the conversation about maintenance of effort needs.
Support.
Any discussion, friends? Nope, I think it's a good motion. Thank you.
Thanks. By the latest, yeah.
All right. All right, well, let's roll call vote on that amendment there. I don't
No.
think
I
we
don't
need
think
it,
so.
but we can get it if I ask for it. I'm just trying to get, no, Ray is so gracious to be here.
Might as well.
Yeah, might as well. Okay, never mind. It's just go ahead, Ray.
All right. Let's see. Where am I at? Commissioner Labar? Commissioner Light?
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski?
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders?
Yes.
Commissioner Scott?
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville? Commissioner Beaman?
Yes.
And Commissioner Hodge?
Yes. All right. I wanted to do it because it's getting kind of complicated. We're considering a batch of resolutions and then we just amended one of them. So for, simplicity's sake and for people to, just for clarity, that's why I wanted to do it that way. I am still going to do a voice vote for all of the first reading items when we get to that point.
That concludes my questions and issues for now.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. Great. Anybody else have questions for our team from the health department? Commissioner, yeah, I said you could go second. Commissioner Robbie, and then Commissioner Labar. I didn't forget about you.
I supported your decision for a record roll call vote, okay?
I know, I'm letting you in there second.
Appreciate it. Okay, so I was reviewing the fee increases that are being proposed, and the questions that I had were, well, I had a few. The sexual health services increases, help me understand how these work. Like, are these, do people pay out of pocket for these? Are these some things that you bill to insurance companies? How does it work for most people?
If somebody is uninsured, they would pay out of pocket. If somebody is insured and we are a contracted provider or contracted provider for that payer, then we would bill their insurance. Currently, we function with a sliding fee scale where somebody could slide to zero, but based on lack of funding, we are finding ourselves in a position we can no longer write off our fees.
Right.
Which is the reason why we've been coming and having advocacy conversations since May with the county administrator.
Right, right. So how does this work then for, like, what would you say the percentages are in terms of people that come in that have some kind of coverage versus out-of-pocket payers, people that you give a sliding scale to? Do you have a sense of that?
I don't have like a hard number, so I wouldn't want to project. I can
Okay.
tell you in general, a program that's $260,000, we're probably bringing in about $12,000 in revenue. A lot of it is coming from general fund to cover it, or it's coming from the Medicaid full cost reimbursement report for those individuals who are on Medicaid.
Okay. Part of it is I'm trying to understand the impact that this is going to have, because I mean, it's a substantial increase, right? I mean, a lot of these fees are, some of them, I feel like the businesses may be able to handle an increase more so than an individual who's uninsured coming in for sexual health services. So this one's of particular concern to me, but I'm trying to imagine the impact so do we have still the sliding scale policy for people, or how does that gonna work?
Currently, the sliding fee scale policy is in place until 12/31/24. If we cannot resolve our funding issue, we will be forced to make an operational decision that we will not be able to use a sliding fee scale.
Okay.
And that applies to immunizations also.
Mhm. On the topic of environmental health fees, page 3, last item, trying to understand, so the type 2 annual site visit for subsequent years, it looks like you went from the old fee of 157 to nothing. Is that eliminating a fee on page 3? Under on-site water supply system program.
For the subsequent years, it's just going to remain the 157. So that just didn't get carried over to the proposed fee.
Oh, so it just stays the same?
Mhm.
Okay. And then I see that there's obviously a lot of big fee increases, some that are more than doubling. I'm sure that we will all hear from our friends in the restaurant industry about this. But I note that the time of sale program is a lot of fee decreases. Can you talk about why that is?
Sure, we have actually been able to enroll in our Energov solution and getting more, which is our permitting software, and getting more of our time of sale inspectors to submit reports online. When they're submitting reports online, it requires less front desk team member time. And so by realizing that savings, we're able to put a savings into the actual cost of doing business and reducing our fees. So it's where technology is working in our favor.
So is that what accounts for all of these decreases then under, you have the well inspection, sewage system, and then I see a decrease for escrow closing fees as
In
well?
the time of sale landscape, yes.
Okay. So all those decreases are due to technology.
Mhm.
Okay, that was all my questions.
Less than I expected. Yeah, it is just the first read. All right, go on, Commissioner LaBarre. No, yeah, you're done now. Okay, anybody else for our friends with the health department? Nope. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Fantastic work, as always. All right, anything for any of the other items excluding item B? We're very close here to passing a majority of these or taking action, rather. I don't want to make any assumptions. Commissioner Robbie.
On item E.
E.
I'm sorry if I missed this. I tried to find it, but I could not locate it. Is there a county match for this program?
No match.
Okay, thank you. And then for the building inspectors, what is the union versus non-union status of those? I assume that they're creating 2 union building inspector positions. Great, thank you.
Any other questions from anybody else about any of the items excluding B?
Just make a quick note on that last thing that I said.
Oh, yeah.
I appreciate for those that put in their reports the union versus non-union status. I appreciate those that did that. It's really helpful for me to be able to see that. So I hope that can become a standard for all of our budget items.
It might save you from being called to the podium by Commissioner Robbie if possible. Yes. All right. Anybody else for any of the items excluding item B, which was pulled? You got some? Nope. All right, it's a voice vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. All right, boom. Most of those are passed. Now we will move on to discussion of item B, which is the continuum of cares winter shelter task force recommendations. Would you like for the Commissioner Robbie? You pulled this one. Would you like for our friends to reapproach the podium, or do you just have it?
I realize this is just first reading. Thank you, Chair. I do have some questions about this item let me, again, relocate myself here on the agenda so that I can ask the appropriate questions. I did make notes. Okay. First question is in the resolution, be it further resolved that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners hereby waive the bid requirements of the procurement policy and direct the county administrator to enter into contracts with the following agencies. Is that typical language that we use? If so, slightly concerning language to me. I assume that that generally means waiving standards around costs, labor costs.
Thank you, Brady. Atypical, but we would likely in this scenario be applying for bid waivers for these agencies because they are the providers. They're the folks who are already doing the work and the existing entities. So this is just streamlining that process to execute contracts and to get services in place.
So just clarifying then, this language is to say we are not having a competitive bid process for the nonprofits that are receiving money, but they still are subject to our living wage ordinance.
Yep. We would still work with those agencies to create contracts that are standard county contracts. We'd work with them to develop their scope of work of what they're going to do, as well as outlining their budget and how they're going to spend the resources allocated to them.
Okay, so this is just in reference to which organizations are providing the service.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Wanted to circle back to the hotel stay discussion and make sure I understood correctly here. So we had talked about a figure of $110,000. I'm noting in the budget breakdown that it's actually not $110,000. That actually half of that is going to staff at SOS Community Services for managing the hotel stays, and that only 55,000 is actually going to pay for the hotel rooms. Am I reading that right? We're looking at page 2 on the budget breakdown of the resolution. On page, page 2. Towards the bottom, under SOS Community Services. And I'm just seeing that it says short-term hotel stays, case management staffing, 55,000, short-term hotel stays, direct assistance, 55,000. And I assume that means that half the money is going to staff and half the money is actually going to the rooms.
Case management, most likely.
Sorry, hi, everybody. Hi, commissioners again. Yeah, I believe that's the case. We're looking at the detailed version right now. Just trying to find that note. This would be, I know Rhonda from SOS would be here. She had a board meeting. She would be able to speak better to this, but we have the details, which I think there was a breakdown. I do know that that difference was for case management dollars to make sure that those families were getting case management, because we know that otherwise length of stay is really, really long for folks that are in those hotel programs.
I would like to, maybe for the next, oh, sorry, go ahead.
May I?
Yeah, sure.
I was just gonna suggest that this is first read. Would you give us the opportunity to reach out to SOS and get you a more definitive response to that?
Sure, yeah, I am trying to understand specifically what that item around case management is. Is it basically providing case management services for the family? Is it the time that it takes to book the hotel rooms? I just want to understand what that is for $50,000, what we're getting. Also noting that then this zooming out from that budget item a little bit and getting back to kind of what I was saying earlier, I know that this was a policy decision that this board made to move away from things like this. And now we're basically having a nonprofit do what the county has been doing. And I know Commissioner Somerville said earlier that we're still gonna have the county basically getting hotel rooms for people in addition to having a nonprofit do this work. And I am just concerned at the duplication that is gonna occur with that. I don't know that this makes sense to me yet, so.
And so I think, I'm not sure if it provided as clear a breakdown of what is specifically allocated for sheltering versus what is allocated for case managing. We know based on experience that having case management with hoteling is going to make it more successful in identifying resources and helping support folks for their next steps after they're leaving hoteling. I think also what we have here is a model that is working with this existing system and working within the COC and recognizing that there are going to be a number of situations sometimes that happen that are outside of the COC process. But the recommendation here is providing those resources within the system with the providers that we're working with to have folks move through, have folks have this, get the support that they need to move them to the next steps when we know there are going to be scenarios where there are emergent situations, which I think that that piece is the conversation around admin having dollars allocated to support commissioner requests and identifying really emergent situations. And I think the piece in this budget item here is the working within the system with the hoteling, providing the support necessary to help folks move to the next steps.
So the administrator is still going to be booking hotel rooms in addition to this line item for SOS?
I think my office will continue to respond to emergent situations. But we would certainly like to see the system operate as designed. But clearly after hours and on weekends, if we receive a call, we're going to do what we can to make sure that we get that family out of crisis.
I guess I'm wondering if like a commissioner could call SOS Community Services after hours or on a weekend to get somebody rehoused.
No, that's not.
SOS? SOS? Did they respond on the, I mean, maybe for the next meeting, we can get clarity from SOS on what their policy is on that.
Sorry. All right. You got more?
But I can pause if you'd like me.
I don't like when we do that. You keep going. All right. Get it all out.
You like it to get all
May I also say, certainly not a SOS criticism, but I think when a commissioner calls me or my team, there is absolutely going to be a response. So.
I just asked because people are getting in the queue. So just to put the queue out there, it's Commissioner Somerville and Sanders and then Labar and then others. Give me some sort of signal if you want to be in the queue here. But please proceed.
Is it okay if I change topics or?
Change topics to what?
I have another question regarding the budget, not relating to hotel stays.
Oh, no, yeah, keep going. Yeah. Everything about for them, right? Everything for this item.
Okay, cool. So in terms of the line item, $106,295 for SOS for family rapid rehousing, case management staffing, and then an identical line item under the Interfaith Hospitality Network. Can you talk through why there's that line item identical in both areas? Why do we have two nonprofits doing the same thing? Would it be more efficient to put all the money in at one nonprofit? Why do we have, is there duplication happening?
Yeah, I can share a little bit more about that. And obviously, as the administrator mentioned, we can work on getting more specifics from the providers for next time too, because obviously but I can't speak generally to that. They've had a longstanding relationship. It's a really close relationship in that I believe even the finance departments are connected, quite frankly, if I recall correctly. They work really closely as the two primary providers around like the family rapid rehousing. And what this does is it bolsters up their efforts to be able to make sure that that's like a more robust system so it can provide that care. And the rapid rehousing is kind of two things. It's three. It's first get folks housed. And then it's most importantly, it's once they're housed, help subsidize their rent to make it affordable, cap it at 30% of their whatever their income is, with some kind of caveats there to make it affordable, and then provide the wraparound services when they're in the home, as you're providing those rapid rehousing services, which can go up, I believe, for depending on the program, up to 24 months, to really help people go from like crisis to stability. And I think this is just, they're already doing that work. It's bolstering up that work so that they can kind of do a surge, so to speak, in the winter and be able to serve more families. So, but we could definitely get more details around that and the hotel question. I think it's a really good question around with these additional funds, like what would that look like in terms of the system's ability to be able to respond to those hotel requests that come up, and what times there'd be availability. I think we can definitely get those kind of answers in general along with this question. I know, because I know like ultimately we all want a system that has the resources. We talked about it I know there's been a lot of, I listened to a lot of the commissioners meetings and also in the council and the city, and a lot of talk about how we get our coordinated entry to the point where it can be open later. And, I know at the shelter, we're taking 24/7, and there is an awkwardness of like, when it's 10 o'clock on a Saturday or 11 o'clock on a Saturday, what do you do then? And we hotel at the shelter or put a mat down on the floor and try to make it work. And I think it's that system conversation about how much resources do we really need so that we can say yes to everybody who comes to us, knowing that we have to still prioritize. And then what do we do when they can't reach that? But I think we can see where these resources kind of take us in that conversation around how close we are on that front, I guess.
And if I may, real quick, Commissioner, the second to last whereas clause in the resolution addresses that, where Alpha House and SOS have received a $1.4 million grant from HUD. And that is to go directly to families. And this case management, the request, I asked this question directly to Rhonda from SOS, is why do you want this money to go for staffing? And the response was, we have this grant and it has to go directly to families. We have this problem with capacity for case management. If we're able to get this case management money from the county through winter sheltering, we're able to beef up our staff to more rapidly get the money into the hands of families that need the money. That was the response we got from them. And both agencies have that grant shared. So that's where it's addressed, and that is why the Winter Shelter Task Force has that recommendation for staffing.
Okay, thank you. The last question that I had for you guys, and then I do have a comment and a question for the administrator, but how does this compare in terms of previous years, what we've allocated for winter?
I don't actually know. I know I can speak to the individuals end a lot at the shelter end, but I think it's similar to the request last year. I think last year, because of the timing, and this was one of the big conversations at the task force, was because of timing, the resources didn't really go out in the way that we intended. So I think it's significant, on par with last year, but different use because we're coming in early. And then if you go back before that, our winter system was more fractured. We've been bolstering it up the last 2 seasons to really have a better response. And I know on the individual shelters end, we've been increasing our winter budget every year. And sometimes that's through private philanthropy, doing more fundraising. Sometimes that's through talking with state funders. Sometimes that's through going after foundation grants and stuff like that too. It's a whole mix, and you all try to put it together. Or also, we've been working directly with the city of Ypsilanti and a few other municipalities on the individuals in the last few years on our winter budgeting. So, but to your question about like overall our winter response, yeah, I would say last year it was more, but it didn't go out in the manner with which we're trying to get it out sooner this year, so it goes out to those specific needs. So it's kind of an apples and oranges conversation. And then if you go back 2 years ago, it was not as robust.
Thank you. And actually, my question for the administrator was relating to that latter point. Before I ask the administrator the question, though, I do want to mention, or kind of ask, I guess, when I want to say, this kind of statement I wanted to make was, I disagree with Commissioner Labar's comments earlier about who the best entities are to provide services. I think that we have a lot of capacity in-house at the county at OCD, and with some investment in OCD, we could expand our ability to do a lot of this work. And I hope that we will consider doing things like that. One of the many concerns that I have that I think is improving, but I'm not sure, is that, we give money to nonprofits and the county sort of does not get credit, so to speak, for the investments that we make. You have the advantage of having a big county seal on your building. So I think people know, that you're in partnership with the county providing the services that you do. A lot of other nonprofits don't have that. I know Tony's not here, but this is something that I want the county to be more pushy about, I guess I would say, in terms of when we're providing services that are, consumers understand that these are services that are being provided thanks to county funding. I don't know if you have any comments on that.
Yeah, I do want to add real quick to that. I think I came to was the last meeting or meeting before that to thank Facilities Director Jason Fee. And for folks that know me, you guys know that I've spoken to this, I feel like a broken record. So you probably heard me say this. I think I've even said this to the commissioners before, but so I worked in Oakland County for almost 20 years in Detroit and Macomb, and I'm the state board chair for the Michigan Coalition Against Homelessness. And the partnership that we have here, at least with the county, it's pretty unique. The building is very unique. I think I've shared that we still get calls all the time from whether it's nonprofits or municipalities coming out and saying, how did you do that? How do you have such a strong relationship with your county? We're trying to get them to be involved at all. So I think we can certainly speak to that more as a community. I know on the Shelter Association end, we try to make sure that's very, very clear. We receive free IT. I'm used to bootstrapping an IT budget and going in the ceiling and running Ethernet cable and just kind of doing whatever it takes and being able to pick up the phone and call somebody from the IT help desk or something. I mean, those little things are they're big things actually. When you really add them up, they're incredible. And it is, I'm not just tooting your guys' horn, it really is like an incredible partnership that I think probably needs more, definitely needs more attention in terms of like it being a best practice, because other communities I think can learn a lot from that around that partnership, because I think collectively we're able to do a lot more. But maybe we don't, speak to it enough in terms of the already existing network. And I can only speak for the shelter specifically, but we definitely know exactly, like you said, we have the county seal on our building and we know exactly where that support comes in every year. We actually get that report that says how much the maintenance was. I remember having to do that on our own too. Deferring your roof, deferring your HVAC. We don't have to defer that. We get to, call Jason and say, hey, our HVAC's not working. So and that's pretty incredible too, because usually you divert those dollars to that and then you do less services because you have more stuff being taken up by admin or overhead.
No, those are also elements we're adding in our contracts as we're having those conversations, working with agencies, adding acknowledgement language to show the county's contribution and talk about that work.
Thank you. Yeah, I know that was something that that you all were working on in OCD too. So that's great. And I appreciate you for saying that. And I hope that that transcends to all of our nonprofit partners. One thing that I'll throw out there that I have been pushing at county parks regarding our border to border trail is we have a list of donors that have donated large sums of money to help make the border to border trail happen through the HWPI nonprofit. And one of the things that I advocated for is that we list the taxpayers of Washtenaw County as the largest contributor to make that happen. And to put it right at the top of the donation page to say the taxpayers of Washtenaw County contributed, millions of dollars to make these trails happen. I think it'd be worth considering for the nonprofits that we partner with to include that information in there when mentioning, donors. You have a donor list. I think putting, wherever the county falls in that, saying the taxpayers of Washtenaw County helped to make this possible. I think it's important for many reasons that the taxpayers understand that when they're getting information, I get the funding solicitations from nonprofits and it lists all the donors. I think the taxpayers of Washtenaw County deserve to be listed on those types of things to show our community the contributions that we're making. So for the administrator, I know that we had an extensive conversation, as was said earlier, about all of this back in November, I think it was, and we allocated a large sum of money. And there were some, delays, as was said, in getting it out the door. Are we prepared to make sure that this money moves in a rapid manner that both complies with our processes and will ensure that the residents in question get served?
So I would say yes and yes. We heard very clearly from this body the last time around that the delays were unacceptable. We've made adjustments to our system to make sure that those resources get out in a timely manner. And of course, what has always been important to me is to make sure that we have the checks and balances in place to ensure that taxpayer dollars are being spent appropriately. And part of the delay the last time was trying to make sure that we had a framework that did some of that. I think we're into year 2 of this. I think our partners understand what is required. Our contracts speak to that, as you heard Ellis talk about. So I think we're better equipped to make sure that we don't have those kinds of delays moving forward.
Okay, I certainly want to uplift and support administration and OCD's desire to have a transparent and process to make sure that taxpayer dollars are being spent wisely and that our contracts are solid and airtight. So thank you for that. Last thing, on the lump sum payments, because that was part of that resolution. Where are we at with that? Do we need to, does OCD have the capacity to manage that currently? Maybe that's a question for OCD, but.
Yeah, and I'd like to have a conversation with Tony, and we will make certain that we do that with some deliberate haste and be prepared to answer that question.
It seems like such an incredible program that we put together that has been delayed by a year almost. And if we need to make an investment in staff to help make sure that it happens, I think we should do that. And every day that we wait is a day that people are not receiving the money that we set aside for them. So I hope that we can revisit that discussion when this comes up on second reading.
Understood. And I also take to heart some of the comments that I've heard around this table relative to our ability to respond to our community. And whether it's midnight on a Friday night or 3 a.m. on a Tuesday morning, we can't call ourselves a safety net unless we're able to respond. So we take those phone calls. We hope our system will be as supportive as it needs to be. But by and large, we want to get residents out of harm's way and get them in a situation to where we can provide those services. So system isn't perfect. We'll continue to try to fine tune it and continue to try to deliver what I know you guys expect.
Okay, and so by the next meeting, will we see something more concrete? I just think that as we talk about winter sheltering, we should also be having the conversation about the lump sum.
Yes, that will be a part of what we present to you all by the next meeting before you take final action on this.
Okay, thank you. And I hope too, just to piggyback, that we can also get an update on the Housing Commission conversation, because I think this ties into what was said earlier. We need more housing. Housing Commission is part of that. I've had discussions with Andrew. I know that things have been delayed, and the board had a resolution about when the timing of that would happen. We've blown through that, but I think it's okay, to make sure that we do this right. And I think we should take the time that we need to get it done. I know that there's been some staffing issues, but I hope that we can just get an update on it, just to put our finger on where things are at in the process.
Yeah.
And to I think it'd be nice to have even a vote to say, we're extending this timeline to whenever it needs to be to get this report back on next steps for the Housing Commission. I just think we need to take some kind of action to show movement on it.
Looking at Brady, he's taking copious notes out there. We'll get that back to you guys at the next meeting.
All right, I think that concludes your questions. It does. All right, Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you. I just want to thank Dan Kelly and staff, others who've been part of the recommendation that we have before us. I'm especially excited to see how much money was requested to be used for prevention and diversion. And just how that kind of elevates the approach that the continuum of care uses around housing first. I also just want to highlight the fact that this would be the first time that funds have been requested that that also request support for case management. And so when families are in crisis, especially families, for example, when I call Administrator Dill at 10 p.m. on a Saturday, we might be able to react quickly and get somebody housed, but there are other needs. There might need to be diapers, there might need to be food. What about Sunday? What about Monday? What about like mental health needs? Like there could be a lot of different variables happening. And I think we have a great team. Ashley and Crystal and Terrence have all had to act in crisis mode to get people hoteled before. None of them that I'm aware of are social workers. And so there are just like things that we might all think we know because we care about these issues, but we're not trained to deal in crisis situations in the same way that people with background in social work and case management are. And so when I think back 2 years ago, when I first came on the board, when we had people up at the podium asking for more money for hotels, they were also asking for case management. And a lot of the complaints that I heard from people being served in the hotels, but also some of the folks more on the ground that aren't affiliated with some of the providers also shared that we needed case management. So like what was consistent over the last 2 years was that hoteling is obviously a Band-Aid. Of course, it's better than nothing, but what's really needed is case management, especially when you have families with kids. And so I really appreciate the fact that this is coming. It's not just a request. And unfortunately, we do have to spend money on staff. It takes people to help people. And in these are really challenging circumstances most of the time. And it takes people a few weeks. And it's better that we actually make the investment up front and stabilize the situation and get them. I mean, even trying to rapid rehouse somebody, sometimes people need help with the paperwork. Sometimes people don't have cell phones. One case, I've met with the director of SOS before. It could take days for one caseworker to actually walk a family through just the intake process because sometimes they miss the phone call, sometimes they don't have access to a phone. And so like as much as we get frustrated for what we're hearing on how long it takes, it's because there's not enough people. And even when even when we staff more people, it's still challenging to work through for all of the reasons that I already stated. And so I'm really excited that it's just like permanent supportive housing. It works better when you have case management attached to it. And so I appreciate that we're trying to stretch this further and be more holistic about it, because what we really want is that family that's in crisis mode staying in the hotel to get the support they need, to get connected to resources and have more stable housing. And they're not going to get that if we're just, temporarily putting them in a hotel room and then they have all these other things that they have to think about. So I appreciate that. And then I'll just say, I know Commissioner Sanders has brought this up quite a bit, just about how we figure out what type of service is being delivered. And so I'm going to make a motion to add some language in here that requires that any organization who receives funding from this is required to provide a survey to users, and it can be digital. But I think that we've talked about it a lot, but we haven't done anything. So I'd like to just make a motion
For now, you're making it interesting.
now. So I would like to move to add a whereas clause that requires providers who receive funding for winter sheltering needs provide a survey to users. That would be reported back to the county by, let's say, December 31st of next year.
I would support.
All right, friends, any discussion? Commissioner Robbie, we're discussing this motion here to add that.
Are there items that you'd like the survey to ask?
I think I would be comfortable with OCD staff creating like a framework. And I trust that the framework would be able to highlight some of the concerns you've heard from the board before.
I guess it would help me in terms of voting on this to understand what the goal is in terms of what we want to gather. Like, do we want to know the demographics of who we're surveying? Do we want to know like why they're seeking services?
Yeah, respond, please. And then we'll go to Commissioner Beaman and then Light.
Yeah, apologies if I didn't state this in the motion. Less about, I mean, I think demographics is important. I think the general concerns that I've heard before from other commissioners is we want to know how individuals feel about the level of service that they received with programs that were supported by the county. So, you know, I think demographics are great. And if we're collecting any information, we might as well get some other background. But I think most importantly, like on a scale from 1 to 10, 10 being the greatest, like, how did you feel about the service delivered?
So you're talking about basically like a customer service
Yep.
survey kind of thing.
Yep.
Okay, that's fine. That makes sense to me. I just didn't understand, but thank you.
All right, Commissioner Beaman, then Light and Sanders.
Okay, this might be getting a little too in the weeds, so feel free to do with it what you will. When I was with an entity that received funding from the state, the survey actually came from the state. We administered it, but the organization, but it came from the state. So that's just something that we could ponder. If it's a survey that Washtenaw County creates, but then is delivered by these organizations.
If I may add here, I think the direction to develop a survey or develop a framework for a survey is helpful. I think our staff internally is going to need to have some conversations to figure out what that looks like. And we would also want to identify if folks are already providing existing survey data through continuum of care or other funding sources. So we want to streamline that process and make sure that information is communicated back effectively and in a similar manner.
All right, Commissioner Light.
So Commissioner Somerville, along with, and this is just with a customer survey, I think, and Commissioner Robbie, help me if I'm going in the right direction. I think where Commissioner Robbie is trying to go is we need to be able to track the organizations that are receiving the funding so that we can make sure that the funding is being provided, the services are being provided to our customers. I do believe that a customer survey would be great, but I think in my terms would be, we need to be on the heels, ankles, and toes of the organizations to make sure that they are providing the services and utilizing the funding that we're providing for them to give the services. I have had some encounters, not with our shelter, but with the organization where as working in social services and doing case management, the services were not being provided in a timely fashion. And looking at the reports from the organization, it didn't add up. So I think that is the concern of Commissioner Robbie. So along with the customer service survey, we need some kind of tracking of the organizations to make sure that they are providing the services with the funding they are receiving, whether it be for the services or whether it be for case management. So we just need to really get a tight hold on how everything is operating and how the funding is being spent and the services are being provided, because I think that is really where he's going with that. And I'm with him on that. I want to make sure that individuals get the services and I don't have to call and say, this is Commissioner Light and I need this taken care of, because I don't want to have to call our team and our staff at 1 o'clock in the morning or on Thanksgiving to get those services. I should be able to contact the organization or have the individual to do that. So just adding maybe some kind of tracking along with the customer service. So we're working on both ends.
Commissioner, you want to go respond? Administrator Dill will respond to
Yeah,
Commissioner
and I'll
Sanders.
be really quick. Listen, I love this conversation. You know, oftentimes when I lean in and talk about systems change, people get concerned that I'm saying that people are doing things wrong. And it's not that. It is what you all are lifting up today. It is the kinds of handoffs that are happening at midnight on a Friday night or 11:59 on a Friday night that don't include anything other than shelter. Because what happens on Monday morning? So those are the kinds of things I want to make sure that we are better at. And I will say, that our community, our service providers have really leaned in and embraced the fact that it takes all of us to make sure that those services are administered in our community in the right way. It is more than just a notion and a phone call for us to house somebody on the weekend. What about transportation? What about making certain that family has food through the weekend? So it isn't simply us making a phone call. There's a lot of work that goes into housing, particularly during the off hours. So thank you guys, and I love the conversation.
Commissioner Sanders.
Feel like people have stolen what I had to say, but I have the mic, so I'm gonna say something. The first is I appreciate Commissioner Somerville getting tired of me whining and making an amendment to the resolution, because that's what I've been saying for some time. I want to make sure, so I can actually say from experience that I've actually had to utilize nonprofit support. It's been a couple decades, but that's not the point. I know what it's like to be in a position of need and to need assistance and to possibly make 2 cents more than is necessary in order to qualify for help. One thing that I don't forget is when I encounter people that take advantage of people's dire straits. And when I say take advantage, I mean are disrespectful, treat them as though they're less than, are not responsive. And that's the horn that I've been blowing for a while. And this is not targeting any particular nonprofit, although we have some that are, should be on the shameful list. But that's not my comment. My comment is to make sure that those people that are seeking the services that are being offered through nonprofits, that we are, with county taxpayers helping to fund, are treated with the same dignity as somebody that does not need to ask for support. That should be clear and unequivocal, that they know that there is a level of dignity that they still possess. Even if they are homeless, even if they're facing being homeless, or they have some other issue that they're dealing with. I want to make sure that the nonprofits that we fund quite liberally, I'm going to say, understand that, one, they need to acknowledge where they're getting the money from. I just did one of my famous Google searches on my phone, and some don't even have us listed on there at all, but get respectable funding from us. Two, that we do have a survey that people know their voice can be heard. If you're being snippy with me, I have some form of recourse to let the taxpayers know through us that you're not being, decent and in order. It's not okay. The hoteling, I just want to address and say that, as I've said before, I've pulled that trigger before. I've been on the phone with staff administration for hours as we make sure that they actually get placed. This is during one of our winter storms, as a matter of fact. I've called Commissioner Somerville to say, I just saw a homeless family in your district. I didn't call her first. I call administration first. I don't care what anybody had to say. They had 3 babies. I don't care that the parents might have had an issue. The baby should not be sleeping in the park. And that is an expectation that I have as a commissioner in this county, that when I make a call, I don't have tantrums often, but that's something I will have a tantrum about. I don't want you asking me 50 questions. They need to be housed immediately. And that's something that we don't often give respect to our staff for, that we are literally placing a call at midnight in the middle of a winter storm and expecting them to stop what they're doing. They're at home with their families. We're expecting them to stop what they're doing and to take care of it. And it's not a 5-minute fix. So the hoteling it's a necessary evil, if I put it that way. And then the last thing that I want to say is that although, many of these nonprofits are doing great work, at the end of the day, I've said this before, many of them should be in a position of putting themselves out of business. This should not be a continual thing. And the word merger comes to mind. Because if United Way can do it, doggone it, I know these other smaller nonprofits can manage to do that, right? And if I have to choose between somebody that's in need and two positions that are doing the same thing and could be merged, I'm picking the people that are in need. So, because many of the staff, they're educated, they have professional experience, they're not unemployed, and they are employable. The people that we're helping sometimes are not. So I just wanted to put my 2 cents in there and say thank you to Commissioner Somerville, because if she hadn't have done it, I was gonna do it. And I think the last thing I wanna say is we should gird ourselves that even with approving this ask, it may not be enough, because we don't know what that cliff is gonna look like. The ARPA rug has already been, pulled from up under us. So hopefully we won't have as long of a discussion as we've had tonight, if there is a need to come back and ask us for additional support.
All right, great. So the conversation on that motion there. What I've talked to Michelle about is that if this is still the first reading on this, so there would be time for administration to engage the team around cleaning up, if this were to pass, being able to clean up what the specifics around the survey would be. Did you want to say anything else? Commissioner Somerville?
Yeah, I just want to make one more comment because I agree. And I think maybe at some point it would be fair to have another conversation at working session that just kind of helps everybody better understand kind of the different layers of the system. And so sometimes what ends up happening is, especially with families, especially because of how many families we have who are experiencing homelessness, the wait period is very great because there's nowhere to put people. And so we can't rapidly rehouse people if there's nowhere to house them. And so I think sometimes that's also, and I don't want to get the two confused. I think there might be ways where we can help and we can step in and help identify, property and other ways of providing more space for people to be rehoused. But many of the challenges that Alpha House and SOS have experienced in the last 2 years is the fact that family homelessness has skyrocketed. We have seen over 500 affordable housing units go offline in Washtenaw County. We've got the voucher issue that was mentioned earlier tonight, where there's a total freeze on housing choice vouchers. And so I say that all to say that we need to buckle in because it's about to get way worse than we've ever seen before. And there are going to be things that I think we need to do, and we're going to have to be able to delineate service provided and just waits and long wait times, and figure out ways to help and step in and figure out, it's going to continue to be a challenge. And so I just wanted to highlight that there are many different layers of service, and some of it is when you don't have anywhere to place people, and that's we need more housing built. And yeah.
All right, I'm gonna have us do a roll call vote for the same reasons I said earlier when we had Commissioner Machewski. I don't want to miss
Just
you.
really quick, just to clarify from my understanding, I believe when Commissioner Somerville, you offered the amendment as a whereas clause in the resolution, because
It's gotta
this
be a
is an
therefore
action,
be
it should be
resolved.
resolved,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, it's a resolve
I
clause.
just wanted to clarify that
Yeah.
that's what the
Thank
amendment's
you.
gonna
Do
read.
we need to fix that formally, or can that just be a ministerial fix? It's a ministerial fix, I am told. All right. We are adjusting the notes. Good call. All right. All right, let's go ahead and roll call it.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
and Commissioner Labar.
All right, motion passed. Okay, now we're back to discussing the main motion here, or resolution. So do we have other questions for our friends? They sat back down, but they could come back if necessary. No, we good? We're good? Commissioner LeBar, oh, that's right, sorry, we interrupted the original queue. We did. That is my fault. You ended up doing that. Now it's Commissioner Sanders and then LeBar. So you're done. Okay, Commissioner LeBar.
Thanks, Chair. I think I sense support at this table, which is great. I do want to build on some of the things that Commissioner Sanders and Somerville said. One, we should not be surprised when the ask comes. We're going to get a $4 to $6 million look from the COC as a whole in terms of that gap. Now, how we respond to it, I don't know. But I do think I want to be as honest and forthright as I possibly can. I think the sentiments that have been expressed tonight around the visibility of county funding on services are legitimate. They're legitimate for accountability purposes and access purposes. You want to hold those entities accountable that provide services on our behalf. You want to be able to access the people who actually get to choose whether or not we do that policy. But I think we should also at this board, sooner rather than later, call the question in terms of use of a provider network or not. Right now, we deputize parts of county government out to entities that have the capacity and the expertise. And if somebody doesn't like that, that's okay. But not liking it doesn't mean you can magically replace capacity, experience, or candidly, people on the ground in those positions. And I've yet to hear anyone at this table or any other iteration beforehand explain how we're going to do that without a massive service cut. And if we don't do a massive service cut, at best, we're going to have a massive gap where services just don't get provided as we learn, from those entities and on our own. I'm not mad at that, but that answer of, well, we're choosing strategically to do it in a different way, that doesn't answer the immediate need of the individual. And as Commissioner Sanders said, if it's January evening and you see 3 homeless kids, forgive me, you don't really care about the structure, you care about meeting the need. I would suggest long-term that we go all in on this model, or say immediately, let's pivot and rethink it. But we can't do half of one and half of the other. So I've said my piece, happy to chat more about that some other time. I do want to say these meetings get watched by that network of entities that we're depending on. And we are on a team with them, even if we're in different positions. But we serve a similar base of individuals that need support, need help. And I hope we can pass this tonight. And I appreciate what that COC group is and does and all of that. And I hope we will lean into the relationships I think we're fortunate to have with them as we try and address this in the future. Because as Commissioner Sanders said, that ARPA rug, it's coming. And it's combined with the fact that prior to the last few years, we've really written that $1.25 million check for COFU and largely done it through that. That's gone. So we may need to figure out where can we squeeze this organization to get the rest to meet those gaps and those needs. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And thank you for your work with the COC. Commissioner Sanders.
I just wanted to respond back and say, yes, we are in partnership with these nonprofits, and yes, they listen to these meetings. But you can be in partnership with someone and still ask for accountability. You can still have an adult conversation and say, I don't like the way you did this, and we should talk about it. So I'm just raising that because I have had this feeling that, you know, we are not expected to ask questions of our partners. And I can't remember a time when there was an ask of us and we said no. We're pretty good doggone parents if you want to put us in that kind of a category. The nonprofits are not suffering because we don't provide them with the support. But I'm not gonna take back what I say, and I'm not gonna apologize for being able to say as an adult what my expectation is of people that I've entered into partnerships with. It is a partnership. We hold up our side, we're asking them to hold up theirs, and there is an accountability that's somewhere in the middle that we absolutely have a right and an expectation from our taxpayers to ask for. So yes, they are partners. And no, I'm not saying that, you know, we need to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but in all relationships, it's supposed to be a two-way street. It's not just you ask, we give, and we're just supposed to not ask you anything or make any demands of it. So I may be alone on that ship, but you know, if one of us didn't come back tomorrow, we would be replaced. So.
Well, we all want a better working relationship with our community partners. I think we can all agree to that. Anybody else on this item here? Commissioner Robbie agrees. Commissioner Sanders? All right. Now we can vote. It's a voice vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? None. All right. Boom. Good. Now we'll move on to the single reading items. Like for somebody to move the single reading items and approval of claims. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, sir. I would like to move the following items: a resolution ratifying the county administrator's signature on the purchase agreement with Ypsilanti Community Schools for the acquisition of 1500 Sanford Road, Ypsilanti 48198. Just okay. All right. B, a resolution authorizing an exemption to the county's living wage ordinance for certain community mental health service providers from administration. C, a resolution supporting House Bill 5430 for the expansion of the Michigan Historic Preservation Tax Credits from the Office of Community and Economic Development. D, a resolution recognizing Hispanic Heritage Month. 3, approval of claims. A, approval of claims.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Anybody want to pull any for separate consideration?
I just want to comment.
Wait, I don't want to comment. Yeah, I just want to know if anybody wants to
No.
pull any of these yet. No, okay, nobody wants to pull any. Good. All right, Administrator Dill, I'm going to turn it to you because we have a special guest.
I don't know if it's a special guest, but I do want to ask her to come up real quick. Kayla Garcia Rodriguez, who was instrumental in authoring the Hispanic Heritage. Just wanted for you all to know who she is and give her a chance to talk about how this came together.
Hello. Like Greg said, my name is Kayla Garcia Rodriguez. I'm a resident of Washtenaw County and I reside in Ypsilanti Township. And I'm also a sophomore at the University of Michigan studying sociology on the pre-law track. This summer, the Summer Works program that is funded by Michigan Works gave me the incredible opportunity to intern at the Washtenaw County Racial Equity Office. My focus was on promoting community engagement and equity within Washtenaw County, and my role was multifaceted, allowing me to contribute to several impactful projects. One of my main responsibilities was contributing to the development of resolutions presented to you guys, the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners. I was actively involved in researching, drafting, and refining resolutions that address holidays not yet federally recognized, some federally recognized, but which hold holds significant importance to Washington County residents. This work was particularly meaningful because it allowed me to help elevate the voices of community members and ensure their traditions and values were acknowledged. Identifying as a Hispanic woman residing in Washington County, a resolution like the National Hispanic Heritage Month resolution holds high importance, as it also mentions a bit of data of how many Hispanic/Latina identifying residents stay in Washington County. And although it is about 5%, and that may seem small, it still represents a vibrant community contributing to the culture, economic, and social fabric of the county. The National Hispanic Heritage Month resolution validates the presence of Hispanic and Latinx individuals and highlights the importance of inclusivity, representation, and celebrating diverse identities in our community. Another significant aspect of my role was curating content for social media for the Racial Equity Office to promote the work of the office. I have created an additional supporting document for the resolution of National Hispanic Heritage Month to showcase ways one can support and celebrate the Hispanic community, which will be posted on the Racial Equity Office Instagram on September 15th when the holiday begins. And it was especially meaningful to me to be able to connect my interests in law, government, and social media this summer. At first glance, these areas may seem unrelated, but I realized how essential transparent communication between a governmental office and the community is. This connection fosters trust, which is vital for effective governance and community engagement. I also had the opportunity to collaborate with community partners such as on the Washington County Mobile Support Service initiatives, as well as highlighted our initiative by creating an Instagram MSSI bus review video. If you guys seen it, yep, it's on the Instagram. And it was rewarding to witness how our collective ideas and efforts enhance the impact of this initiative within our community, providing vital support to those who need it the most. This internship solidified my passion for working in law and community advocacy. I am encouraged to continue pursuing my aspirations of becoming an immigration lawyer and advocating for my community in any way I can. This experience has reaffirmed my commitment to using my voice and skills to make a positive difference. And thank you all for listening to me today.
All right. Well, thank you so much for putting the resolution together for us and fantastic work on the MSSI video. A number of us saw that at the groundbreaking ceremony. It's very well done. I think it's just fantastic promotional video for anyone that doesn't know anything about the MSSI. It was playing on multiple screens inside the MSSI, and we asked, "Oh, who put this together?" So we had heard about you from then. So thank you so much for this work. And I'd say pre-law is great, but consider social work, right? Like, so that's another option. Love to talk to you about that. You could do both even, but it's something we could talk about. Anybody else have comments? Commissioner Sanders?
Of course, I'm gonna have a comment. You worked on MSSI. Duh. Loved your voice. You should consider doing some, voice work. Because I literally was watching a video and was like, whose voice is that? But I think I'm grateful that you found your way to us for your summer employment option. And, there's always next summer. Wink, wink. So thank you very much.
Anybody else? Friends? Commissioner Light?
Thank you so very much. You did an incredible job with your summer intern. And I just want to say, don't forget about us. Come see us.
All right. Anybody? Commissioner Robbie?
Very impressed. Thank you for all your good work. I hope that, as Commissioner Sanders says, you find your way back to, and Commissioner White as well, to Washtenaw County. I've heard many good things about you and the work that you've done, and I thank you for committing your time to us.
Anybody else? Nope. All right. And thank you for sticking around. These meetings go rather late. I was hopeful that we would get you in before 10 o'clock, and we got you in right at 10 o'clock, so not too bad. All right. But really, if you like sociology, consider social. All right. Thank you. All right. Any other comments about any of the other items? Commissioner Robbie?
I will be voting no on the exemption for CMH providers for the county living wage ordinance. I don't believe that this is necessary. I don't believe that it is proper, and I will be voting no. but I did not want to pull it because I don't wish to have a separate discussion on it. I think I'm going to lose this vote, but I just wanted to state that my opposition.
I had a feeling. but-
Oh,
sorry. Oh, I thought you were done.
I can stop there. I had a comment on the next item as well. I will stop there.
What, does anybody have any other comments about the CMH item? Because I mean, we talk about, this happens every time. There's significant, Commissioner Sanders.
I'll be voting no as well. I know that it's going to pass, but my no is just, I realize that we can't change the system. But for me, it's philosophical. It is not because I don't want the families that need the support to have it, but it is because I know it's going to pass regardless. But it's just, you know, it's my consistent stance on this particular item.
You never know. Commissioner Scott.
I think probably everybody sitting at this table would like to vote no. And so philosophically, I would like to vote no as well. But I know that these families are depending on these services. And because of that, I have a philosophical no in my head. I know how difficult it is to be a caretaker and to do this work. And I think that they should be getting paid. But I also know that for the families that get these services is absolutely vital. So for practicality purposes, I'm voting yes, but don't let that fool anybody ever thinking that I think that people shouldn't be paid a living wage for the work that they're doing.
Commissioner Beaman.
I'm gonna echo Commissioner Scott's eloquent piece and also just reiterate for those who are watching, there is a reimbursement limit for this wage. It's not something that we control at Washtenaw County. It is something that I believe all of us at this table have been advocating for it to be raised. So in a way, our hands are tied. To Commissioner Scott's point, there are families that are relying on these services. And I wish I could double this. It's a reimbursement issue from Medicare and Medicaid. So call your Congress people.
Anybody else on this part of it? This continues to be a year after year difficulty for us. As Commissioner Beaman said, call your congressperson. But we can't be putting, personally, I feel like we can't put our community in a situation where they wouldn't be able to receive this really critical service, despite some of the challenging philosophical issues this raises for us and how we would like to fairly compensate people. Commissioner Maciejewski.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, none of us want to do this, as far as I can tell. I asked earlier when CMH was up here about the rate for 2025. The rate is what these wages are drawn from. The rate is set by the state. It's set by MDHHS. So if you do advocacy, you need to talk to your state legislators and get them to pressure the department to have a better rate so these people can make a living wage that they deserve. That's where the advocacy needs to go to.
All right. Commissioner Labar.
I just echo what Commissioner Maciejewski said. We just passed a budget for $130-some million that's predicated on this passing. And so I think we all want to not have to vote for it, but I think that's the responsible thing to do. So I'll be voting yes, because I want those folks to still have the services. And if anybody at the table has an idea on how we can do this better wholesale, I'm all ears. We've tried many things and open to new ideas next year.
Yep. Anybody else? Commissioner Light.
I just would like to echo my colleagues. But please, folks, talk to our legislators because our hands are tied and this is not what we want. But it's what we might have to do.
Anybody else on this one? Anybody else? All right, back to Commissioner Robbie, because I know you got other ones on another item.
Yeah, thank you. I will also be voting no on the resolution to support House Bill, whatever the House Bill number is, 5430. My opposition to this is, and I have explained this to Nathan, I support the rehabilitation of historical buildings In fact, I voted to reinstate this program when I was in the legislature back in 2019 or 2020. The law that created the $5 million annual credit was something that I did support after some back and forth with the bill sponsor in terms of setting parameters on what types of buildings would be considered historic. And what we settled on, what the bill settled on was that it would be buildings that were on the state or federal register of historic places or in a historic district and a contributing asset to that historic district. And while I understand the intent of those that have drafted this bill and put it forward to be, positive, they want more money because there's not enough money in the pot. The $5 million wasn't enough because there's too much need. Too many people want to rehab historic buildings. So we need to increase the pot of money. Okay, makes sense. $5 million to $100 million a year to me that's a lot of money as a tax credit. And there are other state services and programs that are competing for that money. An annual allocation of $100 million is a lot. To add to that, this bill expands the types of buildings that can be rehabbed using this tax credit. And it's no longer limited to just buildings that are registered or in a historic district. It expands it far beyond that. And from my understanding, it expands it to any building that's 50 years old or more, which would include a lot of real estate in the state of Michigan. My understanding is that it has to be still considered by the state historic commission to be a contributing asset. But instead of limiting it and really making sure that it's a historic asset through those other means, it is putting a lot of eggs in the state historic SHPA's basket. And so due to all of those factors and the expansion of the pot of money, and then also concern that I have about taking that $100 million and saying that 70 million is going to the biggest projects and limiting the amount of money that goes to the smaller homeowner type historic district renovations to, I believe it's 5 million still. There's a lot of elements of this that I think could be good, but it goes way too far. I don't support the $100 million. I don't support the expansion of the definition of a building that would benefit from this. So for all those reasons, I'm going to be a no. I do support, like I said, I voted for this program. I support historic building, rehab. I think, it's okay to have a tax credit for that, but I just don't support this bill. And so I'm going to be a no on this resolution.
Anybody else about a historic tax credit House bill resolution? Anybody? No? Okay. Commissioner Robbie, what else you got?
So on the Hispanic Heritage Month resolution, I support the resolution, of course. However, I would like to ask my colleagues to indulge an amendment on the 7th whereas clause. I would like to end that whereas clause after many levels of government in the United States, period. And remove the remainder of that whereas clause.
Support that.
Discussion, friends?
Would you like me to?
Please repeat it. I think there's some.
You used to forgive me. Which one are you referring to? Which whereas clause?
Whereas clause that starts off with, whereas Hispanic Latinx Americans have held several offices at many levels of government in the United States, including a list of various office holders. And I would propose that we end that whereas clause after at many levels of government in the United States, period.
Would your amendment have the practical effect of not listing Ted Cruz?
Yes.
Thank you.
Or Marco Rubio.
Any further discussion on that one, friends? Okay. We'll go ahead and roll call it.
Where was I?
I think Commissioner Scott seconded it.
Oh,
is that accurate?
It's
That's
accurate. Okay.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Okay, let's start it. Oh, Commissioner Hodge.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Any other ones, Commissioner Robbie? Nope. All right. Anybody else for what remains? Okay, well, it's a roll call vote because it's the final or the single read.
Commissioner Light.
Oh, before everybody votes, I just want to specify if you're voting no on some of these, this is where you would want to specify that you're voting no on some of these.
Commissioner Light,
I am voting yes, but on B, the resolution, the living wage is gonna be a no.
Commissioner Light, or yeah, Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yes on A, no on B, no on C, yes on D.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes on all but B, no on B.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman. Yes. Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light. Oh, you sure you did? Okay. All right.
That's all of them?
That's
We didn't
all.
all vote. All right. Hey, it's getting late, friends. All right, now move into
It's your
report from
birthday vote.
the county administrator.
Just one other quick item, and just a reminder, this Friday from 11 to 2 is the downtown cookout. Please come down. And it's Commissioner Light's birthday.
Great.
That concludes my report.
All right, report for me. I just want to thank Ray for being here and Phil again. I know you really missed staying here all night with us.
That's my favorite.
Call
I just-
roll and doing all that.
I'm like so honored, really.
But thank you so much for stepping in. It's a critical role. You help make these meetings work. Put the camera on Ray real quick, just so we can say thank you.
Make sure that goes in the minutes.
Yeah, no, not Greg.
You have to turn your mic on.
Yeah. Well, just thank you. Yeah, but is it happening? No, it's back to me. Okay. Well, we're very grateful to have you here. Thank you for filling in. All right. That's it for me. Any items for current and future discussion? Commissioner Scott and then Sanders. Scanders.
Oh,
Wow.
Scanders. We got Sanders and Scanders. Sounds like a bad law firm. All right, all right. I actually have something serious I would like us to think about.
All right.
This week, if you were paying attention to the news in the region, you may have heard about the radioactive waste coming to this area, not very far from us. It will be going to the I don't know, the dump, the storage, the whatever, in, what's it called? A waste disposal, thank you. Okay, well,
The Wayne disposal.
it will be going to this disposal site in Belleville, which is literally, the site is, if you know where it is, off I-94, literally directly south of Willow Run Airport and literally directly north of the Huron River. 6 of 8 hazardous waste sites in Michigan are located in Wayne County. This landfill, this site is incredibly close to us in Washtenaw County. So I would like us to think about how we can work with Wayne County. And I know there was a town meeting tonight that Congresswoman Dingle was having with the Wayne County executive to talk about this. But I really think we need to be in contact with Congresswoman Dingle to think about what we can do to add our voice to Wayne County's voice. This is very close to some of the areas in our county that we talk about being the low opportunity index. The first, don't count the protest my mother took me to when I was a babe in arms about bombing in Cambodia. But my first protest I went to all on my own when I was in high school was to protest the incinerator in Detroit. And this is a matter of environmental justice. And I think that we are, as a board, all very concerned about things like that. And I really want to think about what our next steps as a board are to help support Wayne County and to help support our residents who live very close to that. This is radioactive waste with a company that has already paid at least $1 million in fines this year for not being able to handle their waste correctly. So I'm concerned, and I want to think about what we can do going forward.
Thank you. Thank you for raising that. Any other, oh, hold on. Are you in the queue? Yeah, you're in the queue now. Commissioners, you want to talk about the waste? All right, talk about the waste. We're talking about waste now.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott, for bringing that up. I just wanted to note for historical purposes that I was in the legislature when they passed the law that allowed that to happen. It happened during lame duck of 2018 when the Republicans were losing control and they jammed a bunch of bills through. And 2 of the bills that they jammed through were bills that allowed for that radioactive waste to be disposed of in Wayne County. If I remember correctly, I don't believe that our whole delegation voted. I don't believe that our whole delegation voted against allowing this. I certainly voted against it, and I'm proud of that vote. And I think that this could be an issue that we bring up to the legislature and our friends in the legislature. By the way, Senator Irwin wasn't serving at the time, so it wasn't him. Yeah, Senator Irwin was vocal against that. But at any rate, I think this is something that we can and should bring back up as a matter of legislative change to reverse that law that went into effect in early 2019.
I'm just going to editorialize on that a moment too. The reason it's coming here rather than other places in the country is because we made it so cheap. So other places, it's like,
that was the bill.
Yeah, it's like $4, $5, $6 of whatever metric. And here it's like 34 cents. So we made it very cheap for them to bring us radioactive waste.
And we're giving Nestle all our water. All right. Commissioner Beeman, are you talking about the waste too? Nope, you got a different thing? All right, well then Commissioner Sanders.
I'm finding a way to make this a connection, but since it opened in my district and the county does offer autism benefits to their employees, I just wanted to share that we now have a We Rock the Spectrum kids gym in Pittsfield Township. The closest one I think is in Columbus, Ohio. And I had the benefit of attending the ribbon cutting, thanks to Commissioner Labarre, and as well to the open house. I'm taking my family member there. So I just wanted to share that with the Washtenaw County residents, because often we don't think about children that are on the spectrum when it comes to them having a safe and welcoming place to play. And it was quite enjoyable. And I wasn't paid for the plug, but I just want to let it be known that this now exists. And it's a place where people can go and take advantage if they work from home and need to keep their kids occupied or whatever. But We Rock the Spectrum Kids Gym is now open in Pittsfield Township.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Commissioner Beeman.
I don't like to follow that with this because that's so joyful and I'm so excited about it. A local mom owns it too, so that's why I think it's awesome. I just wanted to lift up the Georgia school shooting that happened today because we hear about them all the time and it's just we're becoming numb. And 2 students are not going home to their parents and 2 teachers are not going home to their loved ones. And so it's not an issue that we can fully tackle at this board, but I just want to bring it forward as a mom, as an elected, as a human. Our kids should be safe at school, whether it's in Georgia or Michigan, anywhere. So sorry to bring everybody down.
Thank you for raising that, Commissioner Beeman. All right, anybody else have items for current or future discussion? No, there are no pending items. Is there a motion to adjourn? All in favor? Aye, all right, get out of here.